23. This year was particularly difficult. Thank you for supporting the show, guys. Get some merch down below, subscribe, do all that. Let me thank my sponsors, G Fuel, who definitely helped me get through this. If you don't want to pour your own G Fuel, you can get one of the carbonated ones. Divine Peach Moist Criticals flavor is one of my favorites. We've got a 30% off discount right now below. Pick your own up now. Hey. Every year the same damn game. You ask players to pay $70 for what is a free-to-play game, a roster update.
Where's he going?
Where was that guy going? No, these two modes are a roster update.
Where's he going?
Where was that guy going? No, these two modes are garbage of American football. I am so sick and tired of Madden. Get out of here with this shit. Let's go. I'm not fucking playing Madden.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? Who the fuck? Holy shit! Everybody looks the fucking same. What the fuck is this? Every year, the same game. EA wants you to pay $70 for a free-to-play platform, a roster update. Every fucking year. I am so sick and tired of people just expecting less and paying more. And yet again, the Madden morons are praising its release as the best Madden yet.
Madden 23 just came out. Let's take a look. What's good, boys? It's the new Madden season. Oh my god, that pack opening animation goes so fucking hard.
I'm gonna show you once again how exactly Madden is by far the worst sports games, far behind all of its competition in other sports genres. Just a greedy, sorry excuse for a cash-in product.
Damn, you get a lot of platinum players in this bundle. Dante Fowler, 80+ platinum player. Holy shit, there's really so many of these. Isaiah Simmons. Whoa, that was sick. Oh! What about the Pro Platinum Elite bundle? And a 3% chance at an 87+. I think I kind of have to go with this. Whoa, that was sick. Oh!
And I swear to God, we give it a fair chance every year. It literally plays the same. It looks the same.
Black Dalton Schultz, right up the middle. Let's go, baby! Hey!
It has the same issues. Actually, the guys at X-Play put in the work to play all the Maddens since Madden 13 to see how similar they feel. And this is them by the end of it.
All right. We just played a little bit of Madden 2021, 20 and 22 too, all that. We made it to the end of the finish line, boys. How are we feeling? What are our thoughts after playing all these Madden games?
I mean,
I regret pitching this idea.
they all feel the same down to the menus. Like they changed a few things graphically and like the intro and that sort of stuff. But other than that, it just feels like the same thing.
Even Madden fans literally break down and admit that the last 3 games have been so goddamn similar to each other. It is criminal. The very last one being one of the biggest pieces of shit released yet. I have an hour and 10-minute review on it. Go and watch it.
And for the right to play in next Monday's national championship game in Miami, we are underway here in New Orleans.
That gives taking it to a house a whole new meaning. And then they have the gall to call this the most polished Madden ever. Madden 23 devs promise the most polished version in a long time after years of buggy releases. When speaking to IGN, EA, here's the feedback. They say, we are very confident that our game for Madden 23 is going to be the most polished version of Madden that we have had in a long time, Oldenburg says. That's what our goal is. Polish is our top priority, and we know we cannot reach our goals if our players believe that our game is a buggy experience. Yes, because you literally added nothing significant. You had an extra year basically to polish the same fucking game and release it in 2023 instead of 2022 in the fucking box.
That's what it's about, baby.
With barely any significant additions to the game, and many of these small changes added are literally all features that have been in Madden before. When are we gonna stop with this bullshit?
Madden 23 just came out. What's good, boys? It's the new Madden season.
Every year, IGN says a step in the right direction.
Fans will tell you that it hasn't been a great decade for EA's football sim. Like the NFL itself, the profits have continued to grow, but the product has suffered. Madden NFL 23, though, provides a glimpse of a light at the end of the tunnel.
When I see step in the right direction, it actually angers me. IGN used that term in 10 straight Madden reviews. This is a series that has been taking steps in the right direction for over a decade.
But after playing Madden NFL 23, there's finally reason to have a little optimism that it's on the right path.
How many fucking years can you step in the right direction and never get anywhere at all?
And now, my dear audience, a scientific demonstration of the steps forward Madden has taken.
We knew it would be another year of classic Madden failures. First, disconnection issues with the trial. The fuck is going on, Joe? I'm trying to play like mad! Okay. Play like mad loading. Goddamn mad! Then it was taking away my EA Play Pro account from my gamer tag that would have given it to us for free and linking it to some other random account. And then when I went to go unlink that one, the one that it forced me to make, it says you may not unlink this account until February 2nd, 2023.
So
I have to wait 6 fucking months. So they removed the only way I could get Madden free. It felt like EA was doing everything possible to make it difficult to play this shit. Finally, we got our 10-hour trial working, and within just the first game, all the issues were immediately apparent. It is exactly what I thought it was. Yet another copy and paste job, as it is every year. You start Madden, the first thing they want to offer you is a Madden Ultimate Team Pack. That's all they give a shit about for this game, truly. Login reward.
Whoa, that was sick. Oh!
That's pretty good, Joe, ain't he? Oh, fuck, I might win some games. Steve? Oh, shit, I gotta play this game now.
Who are we gonna get next?
Oh, man.
Whoa.
This one. What's the pack animation? Oh, that's so crispy.
Oh, let's pay some money.
Oh, that's so crispy, bro. I fucking love it. Oh, okay. Wow, dude, this has got, dude.
That's why the game has seen tiny incremental upgrades every year. Because it's a goddamn monopoly. And they don't have to do any more than that. You proved it to them long ago. But let's go over the supposed main changes and features to Madden this year that make it worth an additional $70 every year. No, $100 fucking dollars every year. So let's look at them. Number one, skill-based passing. This is a nice ad that lets players control a bit more where the ball is placed. The only thing is that it was already in Madden already. Place every pass where you want to with surgical accuracy.
This is a new feature. This sounds familiar.
We had that.
New
Target passing. Madden 18. Motherfucking Madden 18. You're leading your fucking receivers. So to call it a completely new revolutionary feature would be bullshit. That's been in goddamn Madden already. You get rid of features. Then you bring them back and you say it's a new feature and you change the UI so it looks slightly different. Number two, field sense. Supposedly supposed to make this shitty aging engine that they've been using since Madden 13 work better and feel more realistic and make more sense. Does it look like it's making any sense? What was that, number 5? Number 5's like, what are you doing? Don't touch me. What do you think, we're playing football? Why are you running into me? Be going for
By the
a
way,
tackle.
that guy's holding over there.
Where? Oh yeah, red. Look at this red right here.
That's holding.
This is blatant fucking
that's
holding. But because the goddamn animations, he's already inside of his body. This is fucking holding. What is this? Where are the fucking refs?
Might as well
Oh my God, Joe! You have literally killed my player. You have decapitated my fucking player. That is a fucking flag.
That's a fucking
fucking flag if I've ever seen one, Joe. How about this? So here comes the ball. There's just no physical way for him to get the interception here. The ball has to literally take off the Giant's fucking head. His head needs to explode, and then the Cowboy can intercept. So let's see what happens.
Nope.
It's
no roundabout.
Madden. Most realistic. It goes through his shoulder.
Polished.
It goes through his shoulder. He catches it through his armpit into his shoulder. Then draws the ball across the motherfucker's head, thus decapitating the Giant, bringing it to his body. Insult to injury. Madden. It makes no goddamn field sense! And it never will, because Madden's AI logic is fundamentally garbage. Which was the eligible receiver? Are they saying he threw it to the running back?
Yep.
What the fuck is the running back doing anyway?
Getting clothesline.
He's getting picked up. His legs are still moving, but his body. I'm gonna go this way. Whoa. No, man. Players feel like they're marionette dolls on strings, and bullshit things constantly happen as things get sucked into pre-cooked, pre-rolled animations. Whoop. Like I said, everybody's on a string in this game. The marionette, whoop, whoop. And this leg cuts my defender in half. Chink, chink. Number 3, Madden's legacy. This year, sadly, a legend of broadcasting and football, an all-time great Hall of Famer passed away. And instead of honoring his memory by making a game worthy of the man's name, taking more time on it, they instead piss on his grave by putting in a single, lazy, recolored mode from Madden 2019.
This is the John Madden integration.
The Pro Bowl. They brought it back. The Pro Bowl is back.
No, this is like Legacy versus Elites.
Just a play now game with two teams of classic players. Basically what we had in Madden 19 with the Legends versus the Elites. Why not go the extra mile and bring back a few historic teams? You know, like the ones that used to be in Madden? Oh right, historic players need to be behind a paywall and MUT so EA can make even more money.
Maybe John Madden's Raiders themselves from all those years ago. You can go through an entire season and get the Super Bowl with John Madden on everybody's back. No, it is a bare bones recolor slap in the face on the fucking menu. That's what you get for your $100 All Madden edition, you pay pig. The graphics are the same shit they've always been. Player models look awful. Why do the graphics look like shit,
They
Joe?
do. I was about to say.
It's so shitty.
I get they're
This
like
is
old
2022?
players, but it shouldn't look this bad.
Why does everybody look like they're... What is with the shadows? What? This is the most polished Madden. Coaches look freaking awful. Did he just drop the fucking interception? Did he just... Madden looks terrible. And why the fuck? It's almost an interception. It's almost an interception, and Madden is like, he does this, like he's standing still, like he's in a Bollywood movie or something, Joe. Why can't they make him move realistically? This is motherfucking 2022, and it looks like a horror show. Like we're in motherfucking Spirit Halloween. The sidelines still look like shit. 18 years later. The sidelines have looked like shit for years. The players are all doing the same fucking shit. It's fucking pathetic. Look at the fucking stadium, Joe. This is motherfucking PlayStation 2, Joe. This is goddamn PlayStation. Okay, I'll give you PlayStation 3, okay? There is no life to this game. The cutscenes and the cutaways in the game are often broken.
I overloaded that side too.
What the fuck is going on with this?
The most polished Madden. Glitches are still present.
Man.
What the fuck is this?
What the fuck? And they can't even bother to fix the fucking camera angles in their cutaway presentations. They never have.
The replays constantly miss key moments.
What is it? The fucking goddamn replay sucks.
It does.
It's got, like, get the goddamn replays right in Madden, for the love of God.
Even extremely important moments like missed field goals.
Oh,
come on!
You had that.
The replay is even fucked up, man. Do you see all they do is put goddamn cameras in random areas of the goddamn field in developer mode, and it's not even fucking capturing the goddamn moment. Usually in sports games, the best presentation is saved for the Super Bowl game every year. Well, how is the presentation here for the Super Bowl in the game? It's shit!
Taking on the NFC champions, the Los Angeles Rams.
They don't come onto the field like that. What just happened? Where are all the players? There's no flow. It's the same shit that it's been for fucking decades. Dude, the commentary is so fucking old and stale from the same commentary team we've had for the past 7 fucking years. The crowd barely fucking reacts. Just another crap game.
Let's check the sidelines and see how they reacted to that fucking bang bang play. Joe Foles.
They went mild.
They went wild.
Don't doubt
This is the fucking Super Bowl. You know, if that was the first play in the Super Bowl, people would be fucking charged up. We stopped them at the fucking line. Bang, bang, play. Who is number 8? They can barely put any polygons to number 8. He's just swinging back and forth. Like, are you? Wow.
At least he's fucking jacked.
This is fucking pathetic. So you have number 91 celebrating our play. Yeah. Yeah, you got us at the line of skirmish. This is the fucking Super Bowl, ladies and gentlemen. Now, our sideline, we make a bang bang play. Go to the start of the play. Here we go. And that guy makes the exact same animation.
The fuck is that?
What kind of animation? Is he bashing it? Is he... What is this?
And soon you will be treated to within 2 to 3, no, within 1 sorry-ass game, the same animations playing over and over.
The success rate on that is too high. Oh, he's got it. Common fumbles are common from that mini game. Can we turn that mini game off? That's the best you get here. Hey, that was a attaboy play. No. Are you motherfucking kidding me? We got a kick return touchdown, not a attaboy.
It's fair to say this is pretty accurate. The Rams
Look, it's the same fucking animation. It's the same attaboy animation that we just saw on the other side of the ball, just with different logos. The amount of effort here is 0!
There should be a fucking Rolodex of 500 1,000 animations by now. But there's not even enough animations in the game that they can't help but show you the exact same one, not 2 minutes later.
It's the same fucking shit every fucking year. You need to tear it all down. Don't act like you don't have the money. Like I said, it's this Frostbite engine they have been using all these years. Since Madden 13, they've been using this fucking broken engine and patching it a little at a time, little patches here and there, little tiny little, oh, we added 200 new animations. No, that's optimism. They added 50 new animations. What the fuck?
The gameplay is still borked.
Excuse me, sir.
Excuse me, sir. I gotta get through. I'm heading to the stands for some concessions. Would you like a hot dog?
Inferior to even games decades before. ESPN, NFL Fever, All-Pro 2K8, even its own Madden games.
Because there's no fucking double team animations in this goddamn animation-based Madden, he slams into the back of number 79 like a fucking moron. No goddamn professional football player being paid multi-million dollars is going to fucking do this. And then because he's all jammed up, his fucking knees are slamming into the back of the fucking guy's fucking asshole, and his knees go into that guy's fucking crotch, and he can't gain his fucking footing. Then finally, once he gains his footing, he decides to stare at the fucking guy.
It's just not what we expect. And this is really what happens when you don't build an animation catalog proper and you neglect gameplay for year after year after year. So you're going to see the defensive linemen come through, get past the tight end, and offensive lineman and the halfback. Okay, there's 3 positions respected here, but there's a lot of animations that need to take place. So after seeing this, right, you see complete failure in logic. We're going to take a look at All Pro Football, right? Not just one play, but look at all these animations, and that's all this is. It's animations in the game. It's a catalog built to simulate football. blending animations, transitioning one from the next while maintaining a block, right? Some of you probably might not realize this isn't little Lawrence Taylor that goes and lives in the game and plays when you start it up. This is what happens when you build a quality product putting simulation football first, not let's get the gritty into the game, right? That's what EA does. And the end result is this. The lineman gets completely through the line, goes back, pressures and sacks the quarterback. This image right here should tell you all you need to know, right? The problem is, this is years and years and years to fix, right? This is getting the halfback and the tight end their own shipping animations, their own cut blocks, their own holding animations, right? It's more than just the block that holds. It's all the other things that can happen because the focus has not and is not ever in the right place with EA. This is the logic in the game. So while, yes, you're correct, this is just one play, the logic failure is capable on every single play because the game is not built to simulate quality.
Sometimes your character won't move when you're controlling him and you don't move the controller. Other times he will move on his own. And that's if he's even allowed to move.
The play starts. I haven't touched the controller at all. Meaning this guy should go on his fucking route on his own. He does not. I realize what's happening. I try to go on his route. What happens? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is happening? Is this not a goddamn fucking flag? I'm going on my fucking route and motherfucking Floyd is tackling me. What is happening in Madden? I'm so sick and tired of these animations. Like, it's fucking jello. It's jelly. It's as if everybody's on a string. It's like puppets. And nobody else is allowed. Nobody else is allowed to create a football game with the NFL license in simulation but this.
But this is what we get,
This is what you get. Every fucking year, this is the kind of shit that you get.
The weather system is basically non-existent. A huge aspect of football just fucking ignored.
Here's a look at the weather comparison, and neither has changed in a few years. The main difference with the newer consoles is that the actual helmets and player jerseys can get wet and you get more puddles on the sideline, but the rain itself doesn't really look much different. And here is the snow comparison. Again, it's going to look pretty similar on both generations. The main difference, again, is the helmets and uniforms can get wet on new gen, and you get more snow piles on the sideline.
There are still no refs on the field all these years later. You remember that excuse?
We couldn't afford to get the refs the same visual quality, and so we had to make the tough call of, do we want them to continue to be detractors or not? And we didn't, so we took them out.
What? What? $1 billion franchise and you can't afford to motion capture one fucking ref? Get out of here with your bullshit!
Because there are no refs. There haven't been refs for years because Madden can't afford the ref animations. That's what they told us.
My name's Ian Cummings. I'm an associate producer on animation and gameplay for Madden Next Gen. Motion capture is the bread and butter of how we make Madden. This year we spent like a total of about 33 days in capture, and that's a lot. I mean, that's something like 10,000 moves over that amount of time. So for the first time ever for Next Gen, we brought in a real NFL referee, Ed Hockley, most recognizable referee in the NFL. We recorded his audio, recorded his movements, facial animation, the whole deal. Everything is there from Ed, authentic. It's amazing the difference between us capturing an actor versus what Ed can do.
Now, does Madden get things right from time to time on the field? Yes, of course it does. It fucking better after all the time it's had. I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you that it's impossible to have fun here and there.
Looking to throw again on second down.
Oh my God!
MVP,
Joe! Joe got... Oh, shit. Joe's starting off the season right. What? Is that a user pick, or did you let the computer pick? Bullshit, user pick.
I was on my guy.
No, I could tell by your face.
No, I was seriously on my guy the entire time.
some of the movement on next gen feels better to the last gen.
Boom! That,
he
all
was
right,
just
Madden, I'll give that one to you. I
was just
love
looking to
this
punch
animation.
someone.
Look at this. That's perfectly well done and executed. Look, he's already got his fist going. Oh! And it was because you were struggling to get the few inches more with the stupid mini game.
Ultimately, it is a game of football. It is inherently fun to compete with your friends for interceptions, as it's always been, and why we want to play football.
Take a shot. Look at that. I'm already. Oh, Lopez! What is that? That was fun. Look at you, boy. Just having fun with Madden because he's getting all these pick sixes and picks because we set our guys to 99. This is not fair. He said us, all of our stats are at 99. That's the only reason why he does have fun.
Despite what you may think, we actually want Madden to improve. We like the idea of playing football with friends in a modern game with a large budget, which makes it hurt all that much more when you realize that this is a large budget game that refuses to use any of that budget where it's needed. They pocket so much profit, then wipe their ass with the rest and throw it in your fucking face and give you these minimum bullet points every year marketing speak. Imagine what the game could be by now if it had some fucking competition on its ass. So let's dive into each and every mode to find out exactly what they've done to them this year. Face of the franchise, the yard, superstar KO, Madden Mutt, and franchise. These are the current 5 core pillars of the modern Madden. First, face of the franchise.
Hey, sorry to keep you waiting, man. I'm trying to take care of my people.
This mode is the joke of the industry. It is the same half-ass thing from last year, only this time no college games. You're a failed 5-year veteran who is getting a one-term, 1-year shot on another team. That's it, and then it's over.
Jersey.
This is so bad. Matt David.
There are a few cut scenes, there are less control over your career since you already have to be a failure, and really it's just an excuse to slim down the amount of work required here with fewer cut scenes.
So the question is simple. Be honest with yourself. Do you really have what it takes to make the 99 Club?
I don't give a fuck about being a 99.
And sure, the interface looks better from last year. The interface. But look at this shit. If you tripped and fell, you could make a better interface with what falls out of your basket than what they had last year. You basically plan your days before the game. But does it lead to some funny or cool animations at least? No!
Open day. Tuesday. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, game day, rest day, lock-in activity. So, dancing machine. Post a video to social media of yourself doing the latest. This is football now, Joe.
That's gonna help with your Reverend Craig.
Dude, madception. I'm gonna do too slow, and there better be a fucking race. That would be so cool if each one of these did get a mini game. I would be like, okay, Madden, okay, that's fun. That's interesting, right, Joe? That would be interesting.
Yeah.
That'd be really cool.
Added little mini games. That would
Yeah,
love
look
it.
at all these things, you know, like a fucking. All right, Madden, show us. What? Okay, they just went right past the brand focus, so we don't even get a nice little fucking video or picture. Not You could hire a single artist. I guarantee you, do a little comic strip of all these different activities. But no, you can't bother with that. You did wipey lines across the screen.
The best you get is a practice or two before the game, which I do like, but again, previous Maddens have had this, and they've done it so much better with mini camps, way better objective-based modes, creative little training things and montages. You still cannot use the character creator from this Face of the Franchise mode to create your characters in any other part of the game. That's right. That means there are two completely different character creators, and both of them suck ass! Suck ass! Ass suckage!
They don't make any sense! They don't make... Where is that guy? Look! Where is that guy? I want that guy! Face 1! Where is he, Joe?
Nowhere to be found.
Where is he? None of this makes sense. Do you realize how long I would have to go through all of these fucking categories to try to find the face that I want? You know? Because there's no fucking semblance of any goddamn logic!
The picture you see is not what you get on the faces. You have to scroll through each skin tone. And the franchise character creator, the second one, you know, the one that we've given Madden shit for years, that I've gotten famous for showing that they were doing the same 10 faces, 8 faces for 3 to 4 years in a row, that they barely touched for 23 fucking years or more. Is it the same this year? Let's see. Let's see.
So let's see. 10 fucking faces! The same fucking thing.
Here's last year's.
There's 10! There's 10!
They added...
Oh, whoa, I felt woozy right there. They added 2 faces.
So
wait,
wait a minute.
I haven't seen faces.
10 fucking faces! The same fucking thing every fucking year. These are the worst generated faces. What is face 13? This is a guy from D&D. This is a 47-year-old from D&D. What is this?
It looks fucking horrible.
Is this why they never upgrade the character creator in franchise? Because they think that the other one, the Avatar one in Face of the Franchise, is the greatest thing made? No improvements needed. No. You want to know why? It's just another way to try to get you to pay money to create that custom avatar limited to this mode in the yard so you can make a guy look better with microtransactions.
Want a fresh look? Check out the latest deals and use your cred to purchase me.
Shit.
What?
What a steal.
This same shit from last year, Joe. Do you remember the Jordan shit? That they're $22. Joe, $44 will get you red and black. Are you out of your mind? Limited time deal, $22. You're telling me I can look like this with shorts? Why wouldn't I want to spend $44? No, I won't even spend $22. I will give you $44.
It is so pathetic to try to watch Madden ape NBA 2K and it's my style and its vast customization. It is so sad. Guys, they have not touched these next two modes at all. The yard. Like, where you're supposed to show off your stupid shit?
I would rather see that tiny little dog that just barked and play this game. I just stare at the dog in replays. But we know that dog doesn't exist. The dog does not exist with a model in this game. It's just an audio that they got. Negative 100 TP because of the loss. But we did get 144 R, which just leveled us up like we're playing a mobile game.
Nothing. The same untouched mode. They've not touched Superstar KO either. It's still the same annoying shit.
That's where your announcer is, the annoying announcer, Superstar KO.
It's the first play of the game. Are you gonna play it safe?
Bro, be quiet.
You catch the defense off guard.
Mm.
Going deep, shooting for Smith. It's intercepted. Giving the ball up and
Why is he so late in saying everything?
In what?
In
the better you finish. Personally, I want to see a KO right now.
Unchanged.
Deep for DeAndre Hopkins. That's gonna be knocked away and incomplete. Gotta connect. You just have to. Intercepted. They got it. It's
dude. Did they think that because they put an announcer here, it like makes it a whole brand new mode?
yes. So your defense is done for the day.
How can a multi-billion-dollar game get away with completely doing nothing for 2 of its 5 major modes? Because no one plays them. Because they know that they were gimmicks those years to distract people in a desperate attempt to get them to buy the game that year. Nothing has been done to them since.
So half-baked and lazy-assed. They really serve no purpose at all. Look at these graphics, man. You made that in fucking MS Paint. This interface. We're done with Superstar. Superstar is shit. The yard is garbage. These are modes that should be removed from Madden. Nobody plays them. No one would miss them. That's more development time for fucking the modes that people care about.
They both still pale in comparison to NFL Blitz and NFL Street released decades ago.
I'm climbing up the wall, through the legs, doing what I gotta do. Y'all better recognize I got this sold up. What you gonna do? So serious. Y'all know how I do. From the field to the street, grass, concrete, NFL Street 2. We gonna play on you got skill. Bring your A game, come right now. You know this is no drill. What's airing out?
That's why they're buried in the fucking menus, because they suck. And next, we come to Madden Mutt.
Damn, you get a lot of platinum players in this bundle. Dante Fowler. Whoa, that was sick. Oh! There's a 4% chance in a headliner's pack to get an 86 plus. Times 18 packs is actually pretty damn good odds to get an 86 plus. I'd get 90 gold or better players and 5 elites. That feels like it might be worth the 9,200 I have here. What about the Pro Platinum Elite bundle? And a 3% chance at an 87 plus. I think I kind of have to go with this.
This is where the game went wrong. I explained this in detail in last year's review. It is a mode that does everything it can to get you addicted to pay-to-win mechanics.
This is Madden to these people, to fucking Angel, to fucking YouTube channels, the Madden community. You guys make me sick. I really do hate you with all my being. How much you've ruined football, engaging in this gambling and pay-to-win bullshit.
They first have you play with a stacked team, all the best players on your team, and you blow through these challenges where they show you how many stars your friends have, how much better your friends are at the game. You better get more stars than them.
This is the kind of shit, and then it's like, oh, I gotta bust a pack so I can get my CTH up to 47, Joe. I gotta get my fucking CTH up. This Joe Burrow is only a 76 speed. Angel has a fucking 83 speed Joe Burrow. Joe, let's bust some packs. Give me some money.
No, I ain't
give me some money, Joe.
I ain't giving you shit.
And you get smashed online as you try to bust more packs to be competitive online. And now that they have this revenue stream and the monopoly, they aren't incentivized to make any real improvements, additions, or rebuilds to this game as they should. They are perfectly content to sit back and let that money roll in.
This... Tell me how that made sense. That was field sense, Joe. That was field sense.
Hit everything.
Play mad.
Nearly the length of the field and finish it off with 6 points. And just like that, another ultimate challenge has been defeated. Savor the victory, if only for a moment, because you know there's always another challenge. Right.
Beat that, Angel! So fucking cringe, man. You gotta fucking try to one-up each other on your stupid challenges.
I'm actually surprised here this year at how little work in 2023 they did to even this mode, their moneymaker. They added marketing speed called Field Pass, which basically slightly tweaks how you earn things. Wow! Yeah, I'm gonna trust EA to be more generous with their cash cow? Yeah, no fucking thanks. Get this sick filth mode out of my face!
Look at all the shit that they shove in your face when you first start this fucking game. Buy the motherfucker. This is not football. This is busting fucking packs.
That's all you get.
So what about the mode that I care about most? Franchise. Last year, they said they made it a priority. Fix franchise hashtags after decades of ignoring it. I'll let my compatriot in this fight, Soft Drink TV, show you.
Well, there's a visual overhaul to the menus, just like there is every year. Wow, crazy stuff. Now in free agency, there is something called active negotiations, where you get periods of time you can use to offer up to 5 players a contract, simulating the real-time frenzy of free agency. However, this is nothing new, and instead simply a half-assed version of Madden 12's free agency. Well, EA also added a player interest bar called Player Motivations to free agents. Oh wait, that was in Madden 15, so again, nothing new, just recycled older features in a mode that needs a lot more than that. What about player tags? Just a cosmetic label for most players, a half-assed version of player roles in Madden 07. So, what's new here exactly? Nothing. Franchise is more untouched than it's been in the last few years.
Watch his video. This year, they did barely anything else. I guess they think they're done, and everybody can shut up now, right? Even if the rosters and logic are fucked.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy Banks checking in. Me and my buddy DeVore are playing a Madden franchise where we're basically the general managers. We don't play any games, we just do a lot of simulation. The reason I am uploading this video right now is to show you guys something is definitely off with this game. EA, I need an explanation ASAP, because this don't make no sense. We are in year 2 of our franchise. Check out the free agency, bruh. Watch this shit. Look at their names. Nick Bosa. EA. Are you serious? And Oliver Cup, bruh. Ain't none of these teams letting all these guys off the... Man, y'all crazy as hell. Y'all gotta fix this ASAP. This is gonna ruin the franchise experience. EA, please address this immediately.
There are so many missing features from previous Maddens. It's not even fucking funny. And I'm tired. I'm just tired of their lazy asses. Because of EA's greed, because of their monopoly on football, the only game in town. Still, after all of these years, the game still doesn't have any of that shit.
Why I think 95% sure Creative Team will finally be coming back to the Madden franchise game mode in Madden 23. Yes, not Madden 22, Madden 23. And I'll explain completely why I think this is the case. But I'd literally be willing to bet like thousands of dollars that we're gonna have some sort of Creative Team, because it's been something we've been asking for so long. I think we're gonna have it next year. I'm just so excited, bro.
The audience doesn't even react realistically still.
The crowd barely exists. Look at this clip from 2K8. Listen. When you juke someone, the crowd reacts. In 2007. In Madden 23, silence. 3rd and long for the away team? Silence. Throw a Hail Mary? The crowd is a little excited. This game feels dead. There is no atmosphere.
Stadiums do not empty when your team is winless in a season towards the end of the season. There is still no halftime show worth a damn. Here is the Super Bowl halftime show.
Rushing yards, -5. Look at these stats. Does that look anywhere near like a football game? Here's our fucking halftime show. You're gonna show us halftime stats, which is what and you're gonna show us the same fucking animations that we've seen for years. Where is the goddamn halftime show for fucking Super Bowls? It is known around the world, Joe.
All right, Coach, thank you
the fuck is this?
That was it.
There's no goddamn pageantry. There's no fucking artist. They had Jabberwockies in motherfucking NBA 2K. They can't fucking afford Jabberwockies. They can't afford anybody, Joe. There is so little fucking effort in Madden every fucking year, and people go crazy over this fucking game. You are a stupid moron!
And here is an 18-year-old game's halftime show.
14-7. And now let's send you to Chris Berman in our studios in Bristol for the ESPN Halftime Report. Boomer?
Aloha, I'm Chris Berman, and coming up on ESPN, 32 teams kicked things off back in September, each having this game as their ultimate goal. Look at our halftime stats here, and boy, look at the difference in passing yards. The Jets should be way ahead on the scoreboard, but somehow they've let their opponent hang with them. Let's see if they can change things in the second half. An exciting start to this one right on the first play from scrimmage. Number 14 would drop back and deliver a strike on this one. Eagles midway through the first, number 11 connected with his man on this one. Play. A 46-yard play that set up a Jet touchdown. And that's where we'll leave this one. Eagles are holding on to a lead, 14-7. Now let's check out the undisputed halftime hero of the first half. Number 14 has taken over this game. So that does it for our halftime report. We'll send you back now to the second half of this one. Dan Stevens and Peter O'Connor.
That's right. You could have had a baby boy and watched him grow up into an adult man. And Madden still can't match what ESPN did all those decades ago for $20. How fucking insane is that? And worse, the consoles and PC do not have any of the next-gen features, these bullet points, and they still want full price. You take away all these bullshit marketing points, you take them all away, then what exactly do you have in those versions besides a roster update and different menu graphics? Nothing. That's what is Madden, the goddamn veneer of something, and it's fucking the same shit that you played last year. It's a free-to-play fucking update. It is a $70 free-to-play game.
This is like a fucking update to 2022, Joe. Like a new mode, like a free-to-play game platform. That's what this game should be. It should be fucking free-to-play, $0, not $70.
It should not be fucking $70.
And before I give my final verdict, I captured a perfect moment. Exactly why I feel Madden is so fucking lazy. An absolutely pitch perfect thing that happened that encapsulates how lifeless and lazy this game is. Enjoy.
I have been waiting for a moment like this. I can't believe we set this up so well. Guys, so back in 2018, we were playing All Pro, and we were playing in the Super Bowl. Right. The whole fucking sideline exploded. You remember that?
Yes.
And everybody was going crazy. The instant that he broke free, he was like, the sideline's like, go. And then they ran with us up there, and we looked at each other like, oh my God. This is the pinnacle of gaming. It was 2008, and we were playing All Pro, not even the NFL license. It was all kind of generic and crappy. So let's see how the fucking sidelines react in Madden. So you get the ball here, and then so the sideline is making no reaction there. Let's look at our sideline. So they're watching the play progress. Boom. That guy completely whips. He doesn't even attempt to tackle number 26. So then you have a massive hole. So here is where I would start to expect some reaction.
Did you press play?
Yes. I've been pressing play the whole time. Our guy is literally in front of everybody. This motherfucker.
Maybe somebody.
I can't. Oh my God.
Wait, we got someone just took off.
Joe, no. Joe, this is so fucking sad. And here is the reaction to a kick return touchdown.
We have the charge.
The best they can do, look at number 91. The best they could do is he follows the ball, right, with his head. That's easy to fucking program. They probably programmed that 13 years ago, and then that guy left the goddamn team. There's zero fucking reaction afterwards. The fucking camera guys, the best they could do was, again, use the code that they got from the guy back in Madden 2013 to follow with the camera. No reaction.
Looks terrible.
No fucking reaction. They all do it the exact same. This is the kind of shit we expect that you guys put up with every fucking year. Sports Gamers, a multi-billion-dollar franchise.
But Joe, this is on a great track.
And the fucking Fortnite dance that you can't even fucking customize or select. This is the motherfucking Super Bowl, and our fucking sideline copy-paste job every fucking year, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the field sense market speed. I'm tired of the target passing market speed. It's small little things, and the Sports Gamers and IGN are like, oh my God, it is a step in the right direction. This is fucking pathetic. That guy right there, he's not following. He's not reacting. He's going to the bathroom, Joe. That's where that guy is going. I got to go pee.
Gotta go.
I got to go pee.
Best animations right there.
The final verdict for Madden is a 3 out of 10. 3! Is it better than last year's Madden? Better than a fucking 2? Yes! You polished a turd! That's what you've done. Congratulations. When you polish a piece of shit, you have a shinier piece of shit. You've once again repackaged the game yet another year, EA.
This is Elliot.
When a nerve in your neck gets
How y'all doing, everybody? Happy Friday and welcome to The WAN Show. We've got a fantastic show lined up for you today. No, really. There's actually a lot that has been going on this week. One of the big pieces of news is that our Lab 32 branding for LTT Labs, well, might have gotten a little awkward, as some of you messaged me about this week. So we have been hard at work on that behind the scenes, and we'll have an update for you guys. Also, we Okay, no. VESA has created Clear MR certification to replace response time grading. If that sounded like jargon to you, don't worry. It's super cool, and we're going to get a little bit more into it later. What else we got?
Valve releases Steam Deck booklet, and gaming hardware prices are just whack right now.
Okay, you
They're
made
all
the
over
Steam Deck
place.
booklet sound really boring, but there's a ton of cool nuggets, and guess who's in it?
Why are you in it?
Not by name. Apparently, they didn't think I was cool enough to actually put my name in it, but I'm definitely in it. And I'm going to talk about that later. It's actually like a pretty exciting moment for me. Let's roll that intro.
Intro? I've seen it before. It's very good. I should have looked at it.
It's so good. The show is brought to you today by Wealthfront, Backblaze, and Team Group. Why don't we jump right into our first topic?
Thank you, Frandle Wandle, for the WAN show intro.
Yeah, thank you. Totally hilarious. Loved it. Thank you very much for sending that over. Lab 22. No, you did not mishear me. I said Lab 22. Let's go ahead and jump over to my screen real quick here, where I've got the one and only Sarah Dici rhymes with Peachy announcing Lab 22. Her lineup of stands for the iPhone, iPad, and, well, really any headphones. It doesn't have to be Apple headphones. You can see she put a pair of Sony headphones on there. With the Lab 22 branding now live on Kickstarter. In all seriousness, these things look super
Pretty
cool.
Yeah.
They were built in collaboration with, Moment. That's right. Moment. And this is a super outdated tweet because they have absolutely annihilated their Kickstarter funding target. 340,000 Canadian rubles. So huge congratulations to Sarah on this fantastic launch of these products. And the timing though. To be clear, Sarah's been at work on this for over a year. Okay? Yeah. We've been at work on the lab for, I mean, it's been a twinkle in my eye for years at this point. But the branding actually only started to come together in the last like weeks. So with absolutely no knowledge that she was working on this whatsoever, we were like, oh man, you know what would be really cool? Lab 32. Okay, there's that Chrono Trigger lab. There's the potential to retcon the meaning of LTT if we ever decide to.
The abbreviation is still LTT.
Take Linus's name out of it and make it more just like the group Lab 32 LTT. There was all this like, it had all this stuff.
Base 8 math.
It had all this stuff going for it, right? And then, oh no, it is awfully similar to Lab 22. So obviously, as soon as I saw people tweet at me about it, the first thing that I did was contact Sarah. Fortunately, she's someone that we are in touch with. We've worked with her a number of times in the past. I consider her, I'm maybe not a friend. I don't know, we're not like super close, but I wouldn't withhold information. I feel like I can speak very openly with her. So I'd say she's an industry friend. And so we were able to have a quick email exchange about it. We're going to talk in more detail on Monday. But initially, I just want to shout her out for being absolutely amazing about the whole thing because she was absolutely working on this before us. I want to make that extremely clear. And her response, tentative, temporary placeholder response. I'm not going to hold her to any of this, but her response after I explained what our long-term goal is for the lab, what our mission is for it, the fact that we could very well have physical merchandise with lab branding as part of funding our expansion.
Lab 32 could test Lab 22 products at some point.
Right? I mean, and obviously this is a really big deal for her, right? Like she's launching a brand. And
it's going well.
The first thing she said back to me, and it just like massive shout out, Sarah, for being super cool, is your main product is pretty far off. And with supporting merch being clothing, I don't see how that interferes with desk accessories. I don't want to say too much about her future plans, so I'm going to redact some of this. I don't have an issue moving forward with our own names. If you don't, maybe we can meme it up in the community and then just move on. The comments have been fun. And I just want to say that's just about the coolest possible response she could have given me. So even if we ultimately change our mind, look, she was there first. It's that simple. So even if we ultimately change our mind and we decide to pivot on our branding, I just wanted to say, hey, super cool, Sarah. Really appreciate you being willing to kind of share, especially because our draft branding for Lab 32 is, I wouldn't describe it as similar necessarily, but it shares some thematic kind of elements. Like we both went for kind of futuristic, like a futuristic look. Hold on, let me see if I can bring up the email here. I can never remember how to spell her name, but it's okay. Thank you, Otto. Thank you, Autofill. Here it is. Okay, so I haven't shown you guys. Here, I'm just going to do a snip. Don't worry, I will do this very safely. I will not leak any information. I will not leak anything. I will leak nothing.
Heard that before.
I will leak absolutely nothing. Not even this. Yeah, there. I have LTT store up. It's fine. Okay, cool. So we're on Linus's screen. So we showed her some draft branding for Lab 32, which was done up by our Sarah Butt. That I think looks absolutely fantastic. And you know, I wouldn't say that it's. Oh, sorry about that, Luke. There you go.
I love how did you call it a?
So popular today.
It's the same people. I'm actually really mad.
Oh, okay. Well, here, let me finish this up real quick,
we'll
and we should talk about that.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say that it's that similar to Lab 22's branding. Here you go. You can see them side by side, but you can tell we were both kind of going for a thing here. So that's the update on that. Massive shout out, Sarah, for being awesome. Massive shout out, our Sarah, for being awesome. I sincerely hope that the Lab 32 branding you worked on hasn't been wasted. I mean, it probably won't be wasted anyway, because even if we ultimately call it Lab something else, I really like the style of it. I really like the LAB.
Yeah.
So,
I do like anytime you have something like that's like space themed in some way and you have an A, it never has the crossbar.
Yeah.
It's just a rule of life.
Exactly.
If it's in space and it's an A.
Phone call.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So I've been a TELUS customer for a long time now. I have talked on the WAN show a bunch about how if you're in BC, you should like almost certainly be with TELUS if you can for your internet.
If they have fiber optic in your area.
Yes.
If they have ADSL in your area, then you can tell them to pound sand.
Yeah.
Or rather dig up sand and bury some fiber optic lines in it.
Yep. Yeah, because Shaw's whole fiber thing is like fake, basically. And TELUS actually runs fiber into your house, which is fantastic. And it's been very, very stable over the years, and things have been good. Something that I really liked was that every 2 years, like clockwork, every 2 years they'd give me a call because my loyalty discount would end.
Yeah.
And I would no longer be locked in with them.
Sure.
And they would give me a call and they would give me a count.
This guy's a flight risk. Call him now.
They'd give me a preemptive counteroffer, right?
Right.
They'd be like, hey, your thing is over. You're going to go up to standard rates. What if we lock you back in for another 2 years? We'll upgrade your plan to a better plan / and or it'll be cheaper or something like that.
Yeah.
One time they called me and my plan went from 300 to 750 and it got cheaper. And I was like,
okay, 300 megabit to 750 megabit.
Yeah.
See, I thought you were talking about dollars.
No.
And I was like, why are you paying so much to your ISP?
I was just going to say, there's no way I would pay that much. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you've ever paid that much for anything.
No. So I was like, this is sweet. And every 2 years, like I would completely forget about it. And then randomly I'd get a call from TELUS when I never get a call from TELUS. And I'd be like, hey,
how you doing?
This is going to be great. And I'd pick it up and some customer support person is like, all right, we're going to like double your speed and drop your price down. And I'm like, this is one of the best calls I get every 2 years. I love this process. And then I realized the other day, I should check my bills. And I noticed that my internet bill was like really high, way higher than it should be. And I'm like, what the heck? And I was like, oh, it's been more than 2 years. They never called me. Okay, so I look into this. last time that the person called me, they gave me free TV. I told them I didn't want it. I don't watch TV. But
Yeah.
they were like, it's like part of this thing. Just take it. It's free. And I was like, okay. The thing expired. So I've been paying for TV.
For TV.
that is unplugged sitting in the corner.
Oh, no.
Because I don't watch TV.
Right.
And I went off the discount rate, which I looked at the plans on their website, and there are plans that are significantly faster than what I have and are also noticeably cheaper than what I'm paying when they're not discounted. So I'm paying a not discounted rate, and not only is the discounted rate that everyone pays all the time way, 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 way cheaper, but the not discounted rate is also cheaper than what I'm paying and is like considerably faster. So I'm just getting completely hosed right now. So
You know
I
what's
called
great
them.
is that TELUS is a Canadian ISP, and yet every single one of you can relate. All you have to do is take the word TELUS, sub in
replace it with
whoever your
whatever.
horrible local ISP is, and you can follow along with Luke's story and share his misery. Yes, carry on.
So I call them up, and it's none of the people on the phone's fault.
Of course not.
So whatever, right? I'm chilling. But
Yeah.
I am expressing like what happened? Why didn't I get called?
It's a really unfortunate thing, but you almost have to get mad to get escalated. I found with a
didn't-
lot of companies.
I didn't get mad. I was just confused, and I had to go through a couple people because I had multiple things on my plan,
Sure.
like the TV and
I've
whatever
seen
else.
it before, though.
Yeah, I usually
so dumb.
usually it's fine, but most of them didn't know why, because they were like, "Oh yeah, I've heard of those calls in the past. I don't know why they stopped or you didn't get called or whatever."
Sure.
So I was like, "Okay, like there's no whatever." Eventually, I get to the like customer loyalty person, and we like borderline get in a fight because she's like, I just keep saying like, please cancel my TV. And she wants to go on this huge tirade about like how what they used to do was bad and people would complain about it and no one complains anymore. And I'm like, okay, I don't care. I've expressed that I wish I had the call, and if they could happen in the future, I would like to get them. That would be cool. Just cancel my TV, please. And then she'd be like, nope. Because I guess she like needed me to agree with her that it's cool that they didn't call me. And I'm like, okay. By the end of it, I'm like very, very, very unhappy with this experience. But I got my stuff canceled and everything's fine and I'm moving on. Now they call me.
Yeah, now they call you
all
now
the time.
Really?
But it's
Well,
this
they called
like
twice in the last
it's
half
this
hour.
like third-party studio that like they're called Monet Studio or something.
Okay.
That call on behalf of TELUS to try to sell me more crap. So
What
I
the hell
think
is
that
Monet Studio?
think that person, I think it's MONET.
Oh, interesting. There's an autocomplete for like Monet Studio TELUS or something like that.
Yeah.
So this is like this is a thing.
Yeah. So I think that person that I was angry with on the phone because they wouldn't stop trying to push their point instead of just canceling my TV and letting me get off the phone, just signed me up for like every TELUS marketing thing they could. Which was not my
Wow.
point.
What a day.
I didn't want that.
What a day.
I just want to call every 2 years when my things expires. So you just like, are you staying with TELUS? No. Yeah, I'm staying with TELUS. Cool. We're going to like update you to one of our new plans. Everything's good. That's all I want. I don't want the freaking marketing calls. Stop it. So annoying.
Oh no.
And it isn't usually that common. I think the reason why they called me that second time was because I told them to take me off their list, and they were like, nope, we're going to get through to you. And like every time that I've answered so far and tried to like talk to them, they're trying
Yeah.
to sell me stuff for TV. Which is why I really think it was that person.
I don't watch TV.
I don't. I really don't. I don't want it. I'm not interested. So yeah, I don't know. I was extremely happy, like very, very, very happy with TELUS customer service for a long time.
Yeah.
Because those calls were just a beautiful, amazing thing. Because who doesn't like
Yeah,
getting
because
called?
every time, come to think of it, every time I complain about the experiences I've had with TELUS over the years, you either are just like,
I've had great experiences.
or you're just like, I don't know. You know,
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you your experience is wrong, but like I've had fantastic experiences.
to be clear, I've had good ones too, and the product is great.
Yeah.
The product is outstanding.
Fiber
I
into
love
your
the
home is
product.
great, and it's super stable.
Yeah, it's like, I don't think I've had internet downtime since I signed up for it, and it's been like 2 or 3 years. Like
Yeah. It's very, very stable.
It's super stable.
It always stuns me when I'm like gaming with someone from like another country or something that is like very developed.
It's like, sorry, my internet.
Yeah, it's like
cut out.
that happens.
Yeah. Well,
Like,
I
we
mean,
live
it
in
used
like
to
a
all the
storm
time.
area, and
Yeah,
it never happens.
Back in the mid 2000s, it's not like we didn't have the same problem.
yeah.
I remember my high school girlfriend's house. Their ADSL line. So that was one of my terrible experiences with TELUS, because they came out and tried to fix that thing literally like half a dozen times over the span of a year, and every time they're like, "Yeah, it's fixed." Like, you didn't do anything. No, it's not. All you did is like power cycle the freaking ADSL modem. You didn't do anything. I'm telling you, it's not going to. No, it's fixed. See you later. Like, it was an awful experience. But what would happen, I think they eventually figured it out, was like somewhere along the line, it kept getting flooded or something like that.
Rod Rosenberg was like, I haven't got my call from Floatplane. Darn it.
Well, yeah, but doesn't he just auto renew?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
he's
okay,
already grandfathered in at the low rate anyway.
This is it's like, if you want a comparison, it's like 2 years from now, we release 3 new subscription plans on Floatplane that are better and cheaper than the current ones that we have.
Sure.
But if you were subscribed to the old ones, we just leave you there.
Yeah, which sucks.
Like, that's obviously stupid. And their whole excuse was like, oh, we had a bunch of people complaining about those calls. I strongly don't believe that people were upset that they called once every 2 years and said, hey, things are going to be cheaper and better. See ya.
Yeah, that sounds very unlikely. Well, okay, actually.
It's possible.
It's possible
definitely
that people would just get angry about a call from their ISP because they just don't want to hear from them. But the solution to that is just to put them on a no-call list that actually works. Like, I have that issue with our bank. Actually, with our banks, because personal and business, they call me probably each at least once a year to ask me if I'm interested in some new service or if I need any help with my account. And every single time I tell them, I don't deal with that stuff. You need my wife. Here's her number. I don't touch any of it. No, but really, you don't need to talk to the man or whatever it is going through your head that makes you want to talk to me about this. Honestly, drives me crazy. Like contractors, man.
My girlfriend and I were, she was buying a car, right?
Oh.
Have I told you this story?
No, but I already know where you're going with it.
I went with her.
Yeah.
She did incredible research. She had literally like, she's old school. She likes paper. She likes documents. She likes writing things. She had like a binder full of research that she had done on all these different cars, on all the different deals from all the different dealerships, all the different prices that people are getting.
Yeah.
Very, very organized, very, very well informed. I'm coming along like, derp, derp, derp.
Don't know cars.
I'm going to throw in some
like
opinions,
my
I guess.
Acura.
Yeah, I'm completely fine with my car. The person that was trying to sell her this car, the one that we test drove, it isn't the one that we bought. I think this might be a small part of it, but it definitely wasn't the whole part. Would only talk to me about things. She would ask him a question, and then he would look at me and answer the question. And I'd be like, I do this, I've talked to you about this before, I do this body language stuff every once in a while. So he would look to me and start answering the question, and I would just do this.
I do the exact same
And he would
thing.
just keep talking to me. I'm like, brother, I did not ask you this question.
If that doesn't work, I will even just go.
Like, what are you
I will
doing?
point. I will point at her while they talk to me.
God.
It drives me crazy.
It was so annoying. Like, it was such a bad experience.
So anyway, the bank will call me, or the banks will call me periodically and ask me about this stuff. I'll say, put me on your do not call list. They'll say, yeah, of course, sir. And I'll say, no, but really, put me on the do not call list. And it is something that I've gotten kind of angry about. Because when I ask specifically not to be called, I wish to not be called.
Yeah.
So if they were calling people who had already explicitly said, put me on an actually functional do not call list, then yeah, they're going to get angry no matter what you're saying to them because they said, don't call me. So I can see their side of the story
enough,
there.
But there's an easy solution to that.
A don't call list!
Yeah, exactly. And that's fine. And if people want to pay way too much for a service that's worse, let them. whatever. But I don't think the majority of people are going to be like that.
I don't know. It's just frustrating. Like maybe
it felt like an excuse, in my opinion, to rake a bunch of people for money because they had this system that, like, I'm definitely not the only person that figured out this pattern. I figured out this pattern over the course of like 6 years. They were doing this for a long time.
Yeah, for sure.
So a bunch of people were in this rhythm, and then they stopped doing that. And I guarantee you I wasn't the only one with hiked up bills. Because the second the discount drops, the bill goes up by a lot.
Yeah. Oh, tons. Because a lot of the time it's like free for some period, 6 months, a year, long enough for you to forget about it.
50% off and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then, you don't get the call. You don't think about it because you're used to this cadence.
Pretty much everyone uses automatic billing now. So
then some amount of months on like basically everyone, they probably had these cranked more expensive bills, which is brutal. I don't like that.
Mystic Man on Twitch asks, what if people want to keep a grandfathered rate indefinitely rather than get a temporary great deal that goes away after a year or two? It's just that the thing about internet service is that assuming that your ISP is making any kind of investments into their infrastructure and that they have any kind of competition, even a duopoly is better than nothing. Assuming that, a couple of years down the line, your internet should be cheaper. Even the great deal. I mean, remember back when, so I was in high school, like late high school, so you would have been like late elementary school, I guess. I remember how, the best time to get a cell phone was Christmas. Because they would always have deals with all these minutes bundled and all this texting. We used to pay per text anyway. That was like the best time to get it. And you could really get a smoking hot deal on a cell phone plan around Christmas time that would legitimately be better than anything you could get for the next couple of years.
Yeah.
But after that couple of years, there was almost always a better deal to be had.
And
that's just the way it works. That's technology, baby. It's the only thing that doesn't freaking inflate. Let's embrace it. Let's love it.
Yeah. There's two things I want to address too.
How much does your TV cost per diagonal inch, Luke? How does that compare to the 1950s?
A crazy one that I looked into recently was just SSDs. Because I remember when we first started working together, that was when we were crossing the $1 per gig threshold.
Yep.
And now it's like
pennies a gig.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. What were you saying?
You're good. So Bubbly Charizard in Full Plane Chat said, why not have a reminder set to call or chat? Yeah, I do now.
Yeah, but if you don't need to, then why would you ever set it up if they are just going to call you?
There was precedent set over the course of many, many, many years. And then the other one is the question you were addressing. What if you just want this grandfathered plan? Yeah. That was my main counter argument on the phone, which was that the current plans, not discounted. So I'm paying, before I do this call, I'm paying a not discounted plan. So I'm looking at a new plan, but not the discounted rate. The website wants to show you the discounted rate, but you can find the non-discounted rate. So I'm not looking at the discounted rate. It is faster and better in every single way and cheaper. There is legitimately zero reason whatsoever why you would want to be on your old plan. It is only better to be on the new plan, even if you're not locked in.
You know what else is better? Shout out VESA for actually making monitor specs easier to understand. I think there's still a lot more work for them to do here, but having VESA Display HDR certification has made it so much easier, not just to test a monitor, because we have the equipment to test the peak brightness of a display, for example. So we could tell you guys, hey, the HDR experience of this is not going to be great because here's the total possible contrast ratio, and here's why that's a problem. It really doesn't get dark enough. It really doesn't get bright enough. So the HDR metadata, yeah, sure, it can be interpreted by the display. It's not gonna break the chain of correctly interpreting the metadata that accompanies your video file, but it's not really the dynamic range is not really that high. Right? But VESA makes it simple by having these, and actually I was initially opposed to them having even VESA HDR 400 and 600 in particular. Those two it's internally we call them HDR-n't because they're not. And I was opposed to that because what I felt like was that it was an easy way for manufacturers to market their display as HDR when it really wasn't capable of it. But I've kind of come around on it because the sort of unintended ironic consequence of them creating that HDR 400 and HDR 600 branding is that folks like us can quickly and easily look at a monitor and go, hey, you got the wrong certification. You suck. And it's an easy thing for people to understand. Like if I tell you guys, if you see something that is HDR 400 certified, it is undeniably, unmistakably a bad HDR experience. By all means, still consider the product, just not if you're expecting to game or watch movies in HDR and have it really pop. As for HDR 600, well, you know what? That actually covers a pretty broad range because I don't believe there's anything between 600 and 1000. So some VESA Display HDR 600 certified monitors can actually be pretty decent, but at the bottom end, they're not that great. And then VESA Display HDR 1000, we know that those are going to be pretty strong. And then there's one that's above that that's like, yes, very, very HDR. So, just shout out because monitor manufacturers are notorious for publishing utterly meaningless specification sheets. I mean, do you remember back in the day, right? Mid 2000s, going back to when I was product managing at NCIX, mid to late 2000s, you'd see monitors, okay, that had advertised pixel response times of, 5 milliseconds or like single digit milliseconds, right? And you could look at them and almost watch the seconds tick by on your clock while a pixel switches from white to black and back again. Like, it was ridiculous. It was just clearly not right.
Yeah.
Or they would achieve that under very specific conditions that produced horrible ghosting artifacts, motion blur, artifacts when you are, overdrive, overdrive artifacts where you would have, because the pixels are slow, not only would you have a trail behind the object, but you would actually have a ghost out in front of the object as it tries to drive those pixels ahead of time. It's like, nobody would play like that. It looks horrendous, right?
Refresh rate on TVs was always a frustrating thing too.
Refresh. Yeah, remember 960 hertz refresh rates on TVs that could only do 60?
Yeah. Stop it. Literally just worse. But companies seem happy about this as well.
Oh, we haven't even said what it is yet.
Oh.
So in VESA's next move, they've created Clear MR, a certification that will replace response time grading. So just a little bit of background. Response time would be the time that it takes for a pixel to change from one state to another. There's different response times. Some of them require them to go to and then back, and some of them are gray to gray or black to white. Like, there are different states. There are different, some more and some less challenging ways to measure it. But this Clear MR certification is hopefully going to put that particular bit of marketing nonsense to rest. Okay, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Oh, I was actually just looking up what Blurbusters thinks about this, but I didn't find it yet. But anyways,
I can walk through it if you want.
Yeah, go for it. I'll keep looking it up.
All right, so basically it's a compliance test specification that applies to both LCD and emissive display products. So that would be, OLED would be the most common one of those. And CMR is the clear motion ratio. This is intended to be a clear numerical value based on the ratio of clear pixels to blurry pixels. Wow, that's actually, that's a really interesting way of doing it. Sorry, I'm just looking at this now. They say that motion picture response time and gray-to-gray metrics fail to reflect the true nature of blur because a solely time-based metric can't account for image enhancement and blur mitigation techniques like overshoot and undershoot. The ClearMR standard and logo program limits the use of these enhancement techniques during testing, which is good because a lot of the time you can tune something like overdrive to achieve a really good measurement in a synthetic test. but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's actually a good experience for the viewer. There are grading/rating tiers based on the ratio of clear to blurry pixels as a percentage. Oh, okay. So ClearMR 7000 would be 65 to 75 times more clear pixels than blurry pixels, for example. So each tier provides a visually distinguishable change in clarity. So the bigger the number, the more better. And the range is from ClearMR 3000 to ClearMR 9000. I guess we can't be over 9000. As Luke was saying before, Samsung Display and LG Electronics seem pleased with this change. Here's a statement from Samsung. We applaud VESA's global standardization of the clear motion ratio metric in ClearMR, a specification for blur-free viewing that we fully support, and to which we have already certified our newest OLED display. I love that they're focused on OLED. Yeah, it's how funny that the OLED manufacturers are the ones that are like, yay!
Yeah.
Now everyone can know how much better we are. And then LG said they will continue to collaborate with VESA to ensure that their monitors not only meet the high standards demanded by VESA's performance tests, but are also well equipped to satisfy the expectations and diverse needs of today's consumers.
So it sounds like Hardware Unboxed, which they do a lot of really fantastic monitor reviews.
They really do.
And Blurbusters are a little uncertain about this whole thing. There's some funky stuff. There's a Twitter thread that I found with both of them discussing it actually, which is very interesting. You can throw my screen up.
Every once in a while, something good happens on Twitter.
Yeah, it's rare, but it does happen. Hardware Unboxed is talking about how VESA new ClearMR display certification is ranking 138 Hz OLED panels and 165 Hz LCD panels in the same clarity tier. Apparently, it was deemed unfair that one has like some tech behind it. The Hardware Unboxed said, VESA, this is an interesting little VESA, let's test clarity and blur. Also VESA, but let's disable all the blur reduction and clarity improving features. So that's a little weird because I don't personally like
tough.
that, because why would you turn those features off if you were a consumer?
I think that it's okay. Ugh.
But then
yeah,
companies can also potentially cheat.
It's a double-edged sword.
Yes.
Yeah, because if it's a feature that harms the viewing experience in some other way, like let's say hypothetically it reduced the overall color depth.
Sure.
Or something like
Whatever,
that.
yeah.
Then we would not recommend that you use it, right? Or if it turned off some kind of, oh man. I mean, yeah, I'd say affecting color would be one of the biggest concerns that I would have.
Brightness.
Yeah, brightness would be another big one. Like if you had a feature like backlight strobing that was designed to enhance the clarity of the image, but like you said, came at a significant brightness cost, then I would say that almost you need to test that display under both conditions.
Yeah.
And it's
with features,
sort of,
without features.
yeah,
whatever.
native. Well, it's kind of like, native versus dynamic contrast ratios. You'd almost have to have both numbers reported. With that said, I mean, for my part, I would rather just buy the superior panel in the first place without, some kind of backlight strobing technology if I don't need it. But then if you do develop a workaround that works really well, well, then that sucks. And that's pretty unfair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have the right answer here.
I'm going to, just on a personal level, I'm going to keep my eye on Hardware Unboxed and Blurbusters and see what they think moving forward. But yeah, interesting. Anytime specific companies in a space are extremely happy about a new standard coming out, or a new certification coming out, sorry, it can be cool or not cool, and it's a little tough to tell unless you're really on the ground floor.
It's probably better than nothing, which is what we've had up until now. But that doesn't mean there won't be room for improvement, and VESA has made changes to their certifications in the past, so I hope they'll take all the feedback that they get
100%.
and continue to improve this. In the meantime, here's how they're testing. So they're using a digital high-speed camera, which takes pictures of a test pattern moving across the screen as it changes from one frame to the next. A colorimeter will verify pattern luminance, and products will be tested at ambient room temperature, native resolution, maximum refresh rate. So here's something that gets kind of complicated. Handling variable refresh rate motion can be very challenging, and that's something clearly this test will not address. Default power-up configuration, and all after warming up. There will be no backlight strobing, and limits will be placed on overshoot and undershoot. And okay, then the rest is this. So, my initial take. Better than nothing, but clearly not a replacement for independent reviews.
Some flaws, yeah. But that's, I mean, we've always pushed that forward, right? More stuff, more better.
Well,
more
and
info, more better.
The thing is, that's why we've never really boiled products down to a score. You know, that's something that I've been opposed to. I mean, I think pretty much since we started, right?
I know there was at least one time, because I
Did
remember
I give
I
a
was
score to
really
something?
surprised. I think it was like a Razer laptop, and it was like when we were still at the NCX studio or something. It was forever ago.
I think I gave
yeah,
something an Editor's Choice Award or something like that.
It.
But I don't do awards.
Yeah, not a point score.
Yeah, I don't do awards and I don't do scores.
Yeah.
Because the reality of it is, if you really want to know about the product, you need to know the pros and the cons. It is always more nuanced than just 8 out of 10. 6 out of 10. 6 what? What are they? Why do I want 10 of them? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I find that with gaming, that's I really frown at point score ratings for games, because it's so nuanced and there's so many different things that people might not care about. And I find that when people get less passionate about writing these reviews for the games, they will stick to very rigid point score systems. And like if you look at something like Valheim, Valheim's a fantastic game, right? It's really fun for a while and then you beat it and it's fine, whatever. But Valheim's great. Valheim's graphics,
not good.
But that's not the focus. You shouldn't take an exact fixed amount of points away from that game for those graphics, and you shouldn't award that same fixed amount of points to another game that is a junk game with good graphics, because you could go through and have maybe a specific section just for that, but your overall score reflecting that is garbage, in my opinion. And that's, you run into that same problem with like almost everything, because like, what if this monitor is like the best monitor ever, but the stand like looks a little weird?
Yeah.
Does it like really matter?
Or let's say RGB is part of your rubric.
Yeah.
Right? And it doesn't have it.
And
so what?
But also, what if someone in the
deduction?
audience wants to not have that?
The reality of it is that you need some subjectivity. And I think that's something that, particularly in the gaming space, could be classified as a hot take. But, you know, I think subjectivity used responsibly is a really, really important part of conveying the experience of actually living with something, right? Like, Valheim's a perfect example of a pretty rudimentary looking game, but that has highly addictive gameplay.
And I would also argue that if you get really into Valheim, you can see the beauty of it at times. The lighting system that they have, the way it'll catch something in the right way. Every once in a while, you'll be like sailing across somewhere and you'll be like, wow, this game is actually like, it looks really cool. And then you'll look too closely at something and you'll be like, wow, this game looks like junk. It's like but it's interesting. It has a very unique art style. It's very easy to pick out of a crowd. It doesn't look like generic shooter level number 47 that is a Modern Warfare spin-off of whatever. Like it's
this time with zombies.
Yeah, some games have a particular art style which is like, I would even argue like old school Super Mario games.
Yeah.
They don't look bad. It's just pixel art.
Yep.
It's a specific art style. Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, I read one of those clickbait articles, why Final Fantasy VI was the best Final Fantasy game. Obviously, I'm going to click on that because definitely agree. But anyway, it kind of talks about a lot of what I've talked about, where like Final Fantasy VII gets held in such high regard, in large part because it was the first JRPG to really be a smash hit in North America. And 6, in my opinion, has actually aged a lot better than 7, which might be part of the reason that it got a pixel remaster, whereas 7 required a remake. Just saying. Anyway, sorry. I just wanted to get that barb in there to all the Final Fantasy VII fans who, to be clear, I quite enjoyed Final Fantasy VII. It's not like I didn't play it all the way through like 8 or something like that, but Final Fantasy VI is the best. Oh my God. Someone showed me this. Who was it? Was it Plouf? I think.
While you're bringing that up, as we were talking about the next topic, the vase amount thing, multiple people in Floatplane chat, and that's a subset of a subset, right? Multiple people in Floatplane chat mentioned that they had the same problem with Tellus. So it's not just me.
Got him.
Jeez. Anyways.
So I think it was Plouf who showed me this. It's a 1/6 scale statue of the protagonist of Final Fantasy VI, Terra Branford, riding Magitech armor that is one of the most ornately detailed pieces of game memorabilia that I think I have ever seen in my life. Hold on. Here it is next to an actual human person. Look how big this thing is. And this too can be yours for the price of just $13,800. Okay. I got to level with you.
There's probably so much work that goes into that.
If it was like $1,500, I would seriously consider this as like a backdrop for my streaming setup, which I know I haven't used lately. I'll stream again, I promise. But I would seriously consider it for like set deck or something like that. I love this game. It was such a huge part of my childhood, and this, seems like a definitive collector's piece for it.
And
like,
I'm assuming it's probably like a lot of it's probably done by hand.
It's all painted by hand.
Yeah. So like that's obviously too expensive for my taste, but like I'm sure a very significant amount of work went into that.
Yeah.
So.
But $13,000.
Oh, there's no way. Yeah, there's no way.
I believe
someone's
they're made in
probably
Japan.
gonna get it though.
Like they're I'm sure someone will.
Yeah.
I'm sure someone will. They've got plenty of time to buy. The release date is actually November 2023. This is pre-orders right now, and they're going to make a maximum of 600. That's actually man, that's a pretty cool amount of revenue. What, it was 13,800, did I say?
13,800, yeah.
That is $8.3 million.
Yeah, I was gonna say like that's actually a lot of units. I was expecting you to say like 60 or 100 or something.
Yeah, 600 units. I mean,
6.
I don't know.
1/6 of a 6-foot human is 1 foot, so it's pretty big. Yeah, but she's riding the Magitech armor.
Yeah,
and you don't go in that, right? You ride on top of it.
Yeah.
So like it's actually
big.
way bigger than that.
Yeah, absolutely wild. Looks so cool. I guess it's time to talk LTT store stuff. The biggest update that I have for you guys is that we have officially shipped our screwdriver to Project Farm.
Yeah.
Per his usual approach, he insisted on paying for it. We would have been happy to provide one for nothing. So it wasn't about that, but he wanted to pay for it. So obviously we're going to respect that. And we shipped him a unit out of our inventory that we are currently producing. I actually built some myself. I sat on the production line for a bit, which is harder than you might think, because the way that the plastics work, they come out of the molding machine. This video's
I've worked on production lines.
Going to be a trip.
It's for bread, not screwdrivers, but
so you know that it can be pretty grueling.
You got to keep up.
You got to keep up. So the reason it's really important in this case is because once they come out of the molding machine, it just like drops and comes down like a little vending machine. Like, here's your 2 screwdrivers, because each shot makes 2 handles. So you clip off your sprues, you throw them in the thing, you take the drivers, or the handles, you inspect them, you put them on the little thing, and then you put the ratchet assembly in. It's directional, okay? Then you take these little like press thingies, you put them on the top so that it's not just pushing down on the actual socket for the bit because it could scratch it.
That
so
would
you
be bad.
so you put a hole that you put a thing in it.
Makes sense.
Then you pop it into this thing. It automatically goes to press fit the ratchet assembly into the handle, and it's really important to do it while it's hot because
more malleable.
You do the press fit and then it contracts.
Yeah.
So that's what's going to keep the driver together
That makes sense.
for a press fit, right? So then your other machine, okay, is doing the where is it?
Is there? I'm assuming there's a video of this.
It will be. So then your other machine is doing the press fit on the bit holder. So you take it out of this one, take the thing off. You got to do both of them, 2 at a time, mind you. You put it over here. You put it in this way. You put your bit holder thing on the top, and you plop this one in, and then it kicks 2 out the other side. You take those, you put it in the finished thing where someone else will bag it. Your next one is out. Okay, so you grab this one, you cut the sprues, you inspect them, you put it into the other side of that thing, you put in your ratchets, you put on your things, you take this one out, you put it in the other side, you do the thing, you pop it, you put the thing. 40 seconds. That's the injection mold time. That's how long you have. I'm sitting here going, and the really wild thing is the lady who was at the station that I hijacked made it look so easy.
Yeah.
She's just like she might as well have had her headphones in, chilling to some tunes, watching a show she likes or whatever. She's just like, she's doing it. She's going. And I got to say, I'm really happy to have the QC done here because the kinds of things that they were rejecting parts for, I was like, yeah. And to be clear, that doesn't mean that is going to be wasted. We can actually regrind up to 25% of the new plastics that goes into the next shot. So we can take those parts that are no good and like cut the sprues, take the bad parts, throw them back in the hopper, grind them up with the fresh plastic. And as long as it doesn't exceed 25%, it doesn't affect the quality of the finished product. So really glad to have the QC done because, yeah, they were taking just tiny scuffs and they were like, no, dog.
Good. Yeah.
Get rid of it.
Good.
I mean, it's a tool. So realistically, you're going to beat the hell out of it anyway, but
it should show up nice.
It should show up looking like new.
Yeah. You show up to the game in a suit.
And yes, we absolutely did film it. It was pretty cool. This has been such a long freaking journey, and the timing couldn't be better because actually, I guess now's as good a time as any to talk through some of the plans for the lab over the next little bit. Like this is really, it feels like a lot of dreams are coming true for me right now. The screwdriver, the backpack is moving actually really well. I think we're going to see another burst once people can get that instant gratification. Yes, I know. I'll do sponsors, Bell. Thank you. I think people are going to move on it when they can get that instant gratification when it's actually in stock. The first 2 waves are already completely resold. I think people are going to be absolutely stoked when they get their hands on it. Screwdriver, same thing. We've got our pop-up shop tomorrow. So if you're in the Vancouver area, hopefully we will see you there.
Yeah.
Bell, do you want to post the details in the chat maybe? Thank you so much. It's finally coming out, and it's all happening in time to build out the test lab of my dreams.
And sorry, one thing about the pop-up shop. We are streaming it.
We are streaming a specific table where people will be welcome to share live their thoughts on the screwdriver compared to the competition. And I will talk in a little bit more detail about that after because when we actually launch back orders on the page is going to depend on you guys. You guys are going to decide.
One thing I would say about that is, as far as my understanding goes, this is not my thing, but I'm just confirming right now.
Yes.
As far as my understanding goes, it is not being streamed on the Linus Tech Tips channel.
Short circuit.
And I don't think it's being streamed on Twitch.
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Okay, I was told no.
Sure, we can throw it on Twitch.
I don't know.
Floatplane. Yeah, let's throw it on Twitch and Floatplane.
It's going to be on Floatplane.
Yeah.
But the Short Circuit YouTube channel is the YouTube channel that's going to receive the stream, not LTT.
Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube. So anyway, back to the lab. Like I've traveled all over. I've seen amazing product validation labs, and honestly, like consumer electronics, obviously I love them. I use them every day. But the thing that really tickles my nerd fancy these days is that scientific grade equipment. Like and it frustrates me too, because I see this stuff and I go, well, yeah, but But all this data and all this testing, it's all behind closed doors. I want to see that stuff. I want to know that stuff. Like, it's all hidden behind slick marketing, right? Like show it to me. I want to see it compared, right? Like, I remember at Cherry, remember? They had that machine that went and pressed the keys like this on the keyboard, right? So that they could validate their 50 million keystrokes. That not only...
the 50 million keystrokes is like, at least with that machine validating, was like 50 million heavy keystrokes.
Heavy keystrokes. And the way the validation worked was that the 50 million keystrokes, it had to still perform within some tight tolerance of what it was like new after that. It wasn't just that it like still functioned at all. And I was like, guys, how do I get my hands on this machine? I want to test all the keyboards like this. And they were like, no. We don't want to be seen as denigrating competitors' products, so we don't want to get involved. And so even going back that far, it's been so frustrating to me. And as I've watched fewer and fewer publications do this kind of testing, I've felt like there's just a responsibility at this point to build it out ourselves. And so I want to talk a little bit about some of the really cool stuff that labs... Okay, I keep bringing this message up and it keeps switching to a different conversation. Hello, teams. To talk a little bit about what's going to be going on over the next little bit. Apparently, our robot is already moved to the new building and set up in a new enclosure and fully working now with keyboards, which is really exciting. So the robot that you guys saw last time that was just in the early stages of beginning to figure out how to work with is now completely ready to go. The computer vision is working to identify where the keyboard is, where the keys are. It can move around and it can measure the actuation force of keycaps, which is going to be just one part of our keyboard test suite.
Yeah. But a time-consuming one.
We're working on a really cool video. So there's a lot of fear-mongering going on right now about buying used mining GPUs. And I've been an advocate for buying used hardware for as long as we've been doing this. Can't afford the latest and the greatest? Don't buy something crappy. Buy the not latest greatest. There is this kind of this shame or this stigma or this...
Having old hardware.
I don't know what it is about buying things secondhand, but I don't get it.
Is it still cool? Yeah? Sweet.
Yeah.
Like, who cares?
Does it get the FPSs?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, then, okay.
Is it
Let's
stable?
go.
That is something you do have to consider.
You can run into trouble, obviously. But, man, compared to back in the day when we were, like, taking part in hardware swaps on OCN or red flag deals or whatever, the buyer protections that are in place now for buying secondhand hardware online are unbelievable. So anyway, this is really cool. Our automated testing suite that we used on our mining card testing video. We bought 20 used mining cards just from random eBay sellers. We bought 20 cards so that it's I'd say a reasonable
it's a decent
sample size. And it was too much to manually test. But the team over there has been hard at work on an automated testing suite, and apparently it is working flawlessly. You hit a button, you come back in 4 hours, and the card is completely tested.
With graphs spitting out and all this type of stuff.
Super cool! We're going to be expanding
and that system is going to scale into more things, which I don't necessarily want to get into too much. But that system is part of the idea of building that was building a framework for it to scale. Yeah.
I didn't get any details on some of the cell phone testing that we're apparently working on, and we have our mouse tester beta 0.8 running as of today. So what you can expect to see is we're getting past the, pretty much everything we're doing is issuing POs and waiting for, shortages. We're getting kind of past that stage to the point where I think as of probably, if not mid-September, definitely early October, you guys can expect to see content coming out either about the lab or from the lab on at least a weekly basis. And it's been such an endeavor. It's been really interesting. I've had a lot of people internally and externally question the ROI of the lab. I mean, I think it's pretty clear. What's our head count up to now? We're close to 10, aren't we?
Just for the lab?
Just for the lab. Because you're hiring developers.
4 developers now.
Gary's hiring engineers.
2 of them aren't actually here yet, but there's 4 developers.
Yeah.
I think there's more than 6 engineers, or maybe there's exactly 6.
There's the facility. We've obviously talked a little bit about some of the equipment we're buying. So we showed the power supply tester from Chroma. A little bit of an update on that, by the way. We heard from the one and only Johnny Guru. He actually suggested that we change out our loads in a way that will help us better validate ATX 3.0 compliance. So, hey, shout out,
Super
Johnny.
cool.
Appreciate
That is
you.
super cool.
So we're going to work with Chroma on getting that all sorted out. It's a little frustrating that it wasn't right in the first place, given that Chroma did help us with the spec, and we did make it very clear what we were trying to test. But, I mean, realistically, they're a gigantic company, and they build these testers for everything from PC power supplies to...
everything else.
Everything.
Things that receive and deliver
Anything
power.
that gets or outputs power, or both.
Yeah.
So things happen, and I am very confident that we're going to get it sorted out. Another little update on that video is I had a lot of people, like a surprising number of people, leave comments on the video or message me directly saying that they were really upset about this this YouTuber money flexing that I was doing in that video. And that kind of ties into the conversation that I was just having with you about the lab's ROI. Either the lab's ROI is super questionable, and this is something that we are doing as a moonshot and investing in because we just really want to build it and really want this data, or I'm flexing, spend, like, it's not a toy. Like, I don't really...
It's not a car.
Yeah, it's not Supreme or Gucci or like jewels. And I don't know, maybe this is one of those things that I just don't get, but I was kind of taken aback by it because it wasn't the point of the video. The point of how much it cost was, this is the kind of gear that up until now could only be found in a product development lab. Well, now we're bringing it to a validation and review lab, which means that instead of all these numbers being locked away and hidden, they're going to be accessible to everybody. That's the whole point. Democratizing access to this data.
I think the title and the thumbnail might direct people
but
that way.
Why send me a message with concern about it if you haven't even watched it?
Yeah, I haven't watched it, so I don't know.
Well, it's a piece of like scientific testing equipment.
No, I know.
Like,
it's just the thumbnail being unboxing 133K, and then the title being the most expensive thing I own, with expensive being in capitals, frames the experience around the price tag.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair. It is expensive though. And it's like a lot of you are observing, it's an expense that doesn't have an obvious direct ROI. We're building out this thing in hopes that it will make the content way, 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 way better and will make consumers way, way, way smarter shoppers.
And I think spending money in the direction of trying to... My beard keeps getting stuck in the pop filter. I should cut this off. I think spending money in the direction of bettering the data that we have and increasing the data and knowledge in the space and those types of things is good.
I don't know. I mean, yeah,
we've got to spend it on something. It's better to spend it on that than a car.
There's a lot of people in the comments talking about how, like, right, but clickbait title is clickbait. And I guess, for better or for worse, I don't see a problem with playing whatever game we have to play to attract people to learning more. If I have to do what works, and you know what? That was the top performing video on the channel in the last 2 weeks. I'm sorry. It works. But we talked
about the stance on clickbait a million times.
But the video itself is setting the stage for, because a lot of people, like, if you read through as many comments as I do, you can see a lot of people would come on to something like that, not knowing until they've watched the video that a piece of equipment like that even exists, or not even fully understanding, why we need it. I had people questioning why anyone would need it. They only need this for developing power supplies, not for testing them. But that's a big part of how I can understand
If you want
how
your data to be that good.
yeah, how to make these videos more digestible in the future. Like a lot of the time we're putting out a video that doesn't have all the information in it so that I can see what questions people are asking. And so it's an important tool in our toolbox to get as many people as possible to watch these videos that are impossible to get people to look at if we don't play the game. So yeah, I could have called it unboxing the Chroma, whatever model number it is, power supply test unit. But at the end of the day, if we take our mission seriously, which is to ignite passion for technology, well, then we're not doing a very good job at that point. We need to bring in new people who don't know who Chroma is, who don't know why you need a power supply tester. We need to make it exciting, we need to make it accessible, and we need to start priming people for what this stuff is, so when all of a sudden we start coming out with content that's built around data we've collected from this machine, they go, oh, right, that.
Stuff.
Yeah, so I forget where I was going with this, but I think I was doing an LTT store update at some point. Yes, I know I will, I promise. So we shipped a screwdriver to Project Farm.
Talking about LTT store, there's a deal. I got you, Nick. The deal is if you spend $100 on anything, you get a free meme face sequin pillow.
Free pillow. All right,
so
excellent.
If your cart value is $100 or more, and then you add the meme face pillow, you get it for free.
And we haven't done any of we haven't responded to any merch messages yet. Hey, thanks, Edward G. Picking up a backpack. Love it. We haven't responded to any yet, but we will be responding to merch messages later on in the show. So guys, stay tuned. And if you place an order during the show, pay close attention in the checkout because there is a field for merch messages. You can either put a little message up there for everyone to see at the bottom of the screen, or Bell might respond to you, or he might curate it for me and Luke to have a look at later on. In the meantime,
sponsors.
What do you want to talk about? Let's do one more topic, then we'll do sponsors. One more topic.
There was a few good ones this week.
Apple self-service, Valve Steam Deck booklet.
Let's talk about the booklet because I'm
Sure.
a little lost on this.
Sure.
I think it's interesting. Valve has released a very pretty booklet, and you know what? That is true.
It is pretty.
To introduce the company and Steam to new markets, namely Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and Hong Kong.
And it doesn't cost $250 or whatever Apple's book cost. They just send you a PDF and you can print it out for yourself.
Yeah. The Steam Deck will be released in these markets through Japanese company Komodo later this year. The booklet is available in English, Japanese, Korean, and traditional Chinese. Physical booklets will be available at the Tokyo Game Show next month. And there's a bunch of things in the booklet, including...
I'm just scrolling through it right now.
Including you? What?
Yeah, I made it in. I made it into the booklet.
Where?
Hold on. I gotta find it. This was like, honestly, such a, I made it, Dad moment, right? I'm trying to find the spot where
Gabe
it is.
Senpai recognized me.
Yeah, exactly, right? Here.
Or someone else did.
Let me see if I can find it. But yeah, here it is. There it is. Okay. The Steam Deck's physical design was built with comfort in mind. The rounded grips make it comfortable to hold for long gaming sessions. We tested many different grips. The hardware was also designed to be repaired, replaced, or upgraded. The PC community is full of people who love to tinker and upgrade their machines, so we've made it easy to open the back cover with standard tools. Parts are clearly marked, and it's possible, for an experienced customer, to replace many of the main components. We've already seen the Steam Deck community successfully replacing they called it a hard drive.
Oh, no.
Attaching an external GPU. Shout out UFD, and I think there was someone else who did that, but don't quote me on that as well. 3D printing stands, cases, and attachments. I know D-Brand's been working on attachments. And even attaching a PC-grade heatsink to the back of the device. For fun, we definitely don't recommend this one. Come on!
Get owned.
Come on,
Get
Valve!
owned.
It's faster, runs cooler,
Get owned.
and in my humble opinion, looks freaking awesome. Looks so good. Alex outdid himself with the design on that one.
Hilarious.
And I helped.
Hilarious. That's very funny. All of these cool things and this other cool thing that you shouldn't do.
Yeah. But it was awesome.
Yeah.
And the booklet was about more than just Steam Deck. It was a pretty cool window into Valve's processes, their way of thinking. They see their company as being based on principles of openness and access that define the open PC community. I think that they have done a pretty good job of walking the walk over the last little bit, particularly with respect to Steam Deck. I don't know that it was always that way with their hardware products, but it's definitely moving in the right direction. Overall, it's been good guy Valve for the better part of at least the last couple of years. They provided a brief summary on how Steam was created to automate game updates, which really did solve a very real problem and was a huge motivating factor for me to essentially completely stop pirating games. I don't own or play a single pirated game anymore. It's like, oh no, I shouldn't say that because okay, technically, even if you own a cartridge, downloading a ROM is pirating the game. So okay, no. But PC games, I don't think I own a single pirated game. Everything's just in my Steam or Uplay or whatever library because, man, things being auto-updated absolutely solved a major pain point, especially with respect to multiplayer, which was really taking off at that time.
Man, it was real weird back in the day when you had to get updates, not even from like the game publisher's own website. You had to get them from
like GameFAQs or like whatever.
What was the name of that? It had like military
Major Geeks.
Major Geeks. You had to get updates from Major Geeks back in the day and stuff. Like that was a weird time. I remember if you installed Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare back in the day and you went to the server list. Yeah, it looks the same. That's awesome. I actually love that. If you went to the server list on Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, if you just installed it and went there was no servers.
Yep,
you had to go to Major Geeks and download 2 updates and then it would work. Like how people even figured that out. Okay, you would say like, oh, the YouTube videos and stuff. This was, internet was in a different time. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, I do have some issues with automatic updates. People are talking in the Floatplane chat about removing features.
Shouldn't be forced.
Yes, and Beat Saber in particular is super annoying because every time they release a new like map pack, it breaks all my mods for like a week. And like shout out the Beat Saber modding community. You guys are amazing. The fact that you're able to turn around these updates so quickly for no pay at all.
Yeah.
Like just the passion in that community is incredible.
There is often ways.
But as a gamer, it like still blows, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to just not be able to play your custom songs. That rarely happens anymore, actually. It hasn't happened in a long time.
That's something I've been trying to do.
But like leaderboards and stuff.
As my I've grown up and my financial situation has improved is like open source software that I use that is free, that has like contribution links. I've tried to recognize. Sometimes you don't really think about it.
Oh,
but I've
yeah.
tried to recognize like,
Yep,
oh,
that's fair.
I use this. I'm gonna go contribute to the creator and more than just a coffee. And I've been trying to do that more consciously over time. But yeah.
I just would like to issue a correction. I meant privateered games.
Oh, yes, very good.
So they shout out their hires from the mod community, namely the devs of Day of Defeat, Counter-Strike, Dota 2, Team Fortress, and Portal. Yeah. The fact that they like basically bought their best game, is like, like what has Valve actually developed, like internally?
Yeah, Portal came from a group of students. Counter-Strike was purchased, I believe. Is that the one you're talking about? I think it was a mod, right?
Portal I was counting as their best game, but
okay. Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's open for debate.
Yeah.
Like, don't come at me, please.
I think this is old memory, but I think Counter-Strike was like a mod for Half-Life that they bought or something, or brought in or did something with.
Yeah.
And then Portal was a group of students that they ended up hiring
Team
on.
Fortress was also a Half-Life mod that they like brought the team on board for, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, cool.
So amazing. So
Dota 2 was clearly a Warcraft 3 mod initially.
Yeah.
So
Little bit.
I didn't realize how many of these things came externally.
How many games Valve has actually made?
Well, they made them, but yeah.
They have pretty photos of all the prototypes.
That was actually a very cool page. That was fun to see. I love that kind of stuff. Super into that.
Yeah, like why hide it? It's so cool. They have plans for shipping a SteamOS general installer for consumers and other hardware
Very
manufacturers
cool.
soon. That's super cool.
Very cool. Happy about that.
Okay, let's say I prefer the hardware of an Aya Neo device or something like that. Why don't I just dual boot?
That'd be sweet. That'd be super cool.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. The Steam Deck interface will soon be available on PCs plugged into TVs and in VR, which is super cool because they've done a lot of really great work on it since launch. And the most important note, Steam Deck represents the first in a new category of Steam handheld gaming PCs in the future. Valve will follow up this product with improvements and iterations to hardware and software, bringing new versions of Steam Deck to market. So I believe this is the first time that they've actually committed to new Steam Decks, although it was fairly obvious based on the colossal success of this
There
product.
was a couple things that Gaben said that would be like pretty hard to interpret in any way that isn't we're making another one, but I don't think he ever specifically said it. I could be wrong about that, but yeah. There is some discussion questions. Do we go into these?
No, let's do sponsors.
All right.
Yeah,
Sponsors.
that all looks good.
Party time.
The show is brought to you by Wealthfront. Right now, the economy is in an interesting place. Is it a recession? Is it a bear market? What's going on with inflation? Yeah, those are all questions that are for people above my pay grade to answer. We can't tell you what's going on in the future, but we can tell you that Wealthfront is a great place to earn more on your savings. Wealthfront is an automated investment app that's designed to help you save and invest your money. Right now, you can earn 2% annual percentage yield with a Wealthfront cash account, and getting a cash account is easy. It takes just a few minutes to sign up, and then you'll immediately start earning 2% interest on your savings. And when you open an account today, you'll get an extra $50 bonus with a deposit of $500 or more. There are already nearly 500,000 people using Wealthfront to save more, earn more, and build long-term wealth, so why wait? Earn 2% on your cash today by visiting wealthfront.com/WAN to get started. That's wealthfront.com/WAN. The show is also brought to you by Backblaze. Starting at just $7 a month, Backblaze offers an affordable and easy-to-use cloud backup solution. They make it simple by allowing you to back up almost anything from your Mac or PC and access it anywhere in the world with their web and mobile apps. They even let you restore your data by mail. A hard drive with your data will be shipped right to your door, and when you're done, you can return the hard drive within 30 days for a full refund. And if you're worried about accidentally deleting files, you can increase your retention history to 1 year. Wow. For just an extra $2 a month. How does that even work?
Some of Backblaze's business model stuff has always been like, huh?
With over 55 billion files restored and 2 exabytes of data under their management, Backblaze has got you covered. So don't be that person who forgets to back up their important files. Sign up and get a 15-day free trial with no credit card required at backblaze.com/WAN. We're going to have that linked down below. Finally, the show is brought to you by Team Group. Team Group is a leading provider of RAM and storage for those looking to build a new PC, and they have recently opened their Amazon.ca page and have tons of things on sale to celebrate. Products such as their Elite DDR3 16GB kits, their MP33 1TB SSD, and their GoCard 256GB microSDs are all on special. So don't wait. Click the link below if you're in Canada to visit Team Group's Amazon.ca page. What would you like to talk about next? Should we do a couple merch messages?
Sure.
I feel like we should probably do that.
I do want to pick a bone with the people really quickly about merch messages.
Oh.
I have a thing to say. There's been a debate. There was a Reddit thread about it. I've seen comments about this before, about how such a high percentage of the show is ads, and they're including merch messages as ads.
Oh.
Which is, I think, a little bit of a stretch. But I do understand they are revolved around people giving us money. So, okay,
Sure.
I can give them that. But my counter argument would be the length of the show, which is something I've never seen anyone talk about. If you look at the length of the show from like the pandemic era shows and a little bit before then and a little bit after then, they're like an hour long. I have seen some that are less than an hour long. I've seen some that are a few more minutes than an hour long, but they're mostly an hour long. It is true that quite a bit back, they were like an hour and a half long pretty consistently. We used to aim for an hour and a half. We stopped doing that
because
there wasn't enough news, basically. So we went down to an hour. Merch messages got introduced, and roughly around that time, now we have shows that are like 2.5 hours. So I think the percentage of the show that is topics has changed, sure.
Right.
But the show's just longer. Some shows we're going to have more topics to talk about. Some shows we're going to have less. Sometimes that is our fault. Sometimes we miss major topics. There was a topic that we should have talked about last week where there was this song that would crash hard drives.
I really wanted
to
talk
talk
about
that. Is so interesting and so cool, and it
just
wasn't in
forgot.
the doc.
Yeah, I know.
And
I
that's
forgot.
brutal. So that sometimes it is on us, but it has always sometimes been on us. We have missed things forever. So I don't know. That's my counter argument. Take it or leave it. But yeah.
I also really like them a lot better than some of the previous ways that we had of interacting with chat.
Also that.
Like throwing extra money at Google for no reason through super chats or Twitch through bits. I mean, we're going to briefly touch on the most recent Twitch controversy. Not gonna say too much about it, but I've had enough people message me about it that
we've been advised by Riley to avoid.
Yeah, we need to at least acknowledge it. But you know, whether you want to give these giant fang-sized corporations your money or not, that's up to you. But we feel like it's a lot better to, if there's going to be overhead, like, to be clear, our take on a super chat is higher than our take on a merch message overall.
Well,
but at
merch
least
message has no implicit profit. So
yeah, so but at least with a merch message, the money is going to the hardworking people at Innovation Tool and Die or PH Molds or our overseas ratchet manufacturer, or they're going to our local t-shirt printing company, or they're going to someone. They're not going to Fang. So I strongly prefer them. And honestly, a lot of people people send us just like really good discussion topics.
Yeah.
Like, it's good. Yeah, I like it. Why don't you hit us with some merch messages, Mr. Bellavance?
Starting with this one from Anon, it's just something light and easy. What was your most embarrassing childhood phase?
Oh, Lord. I mean, well,
that was always cool.
Wow.
I didn't have an embarrassing phase.
That was a cool as a cucumber response. I had many embarrassing phases. I used to suck two fingers like at school. Like
Wow.
I was like 7 or 8 by the time I didn't do that anymore. Oh man, I bet I was a bedwetter till I was like 14 or 15. Like when you are like rapidly approaching dating age and like almost at the point where you're like going to sleep in a bed with someone else and you are still like peeing the bed, it's pretty stressful.
That I could see that being a thing, definitely.
I don't know. Maybe
Is that
I'm just
embarrassing.
maybe I'm just an
I guess internally embarrassing.
yeah. is that embarrassing?
Well, I was the
Gee, Luke,
reason why I
have
was
you
gonna
ever
ask-
peed yourself at a sleepover?
No.
Okay, and had to like hide your sleeping bag.
Okay.
Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah.
Is
I was
that
gonna say I
embarrassing?
don't think anyone else is involved.
Tone deaf much?
Well, I was gonna say I don't think anyone else is involved, and I didn't know. Like, does embarrassing need to have other people involved, or can you be embarrassed without anyone else involved?
I think you can be embarrassed.
I didn't know if it was a different term or
through
not.
fear of someone else being involved.
Okay,
I
fair
guess.
enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would get up at like 5 a.m. at summer camp to make sure that I didn't need to like stash anything.
Yeah, that sucks.
And I'd go to the bathroom and I would hope that nothing would happen between then and when everyone else would wake up. Like, oh man, yeah. So okay, there was that. There was that period in high school where I was like, man, I was weird. I did like weird stuff, like not just dyeing my hair. Like I did this thing once where I bought metallic gold spray paint and I spiked my hair and I spray painted my hair like metallic gold.
Whoa!
And went to school like that.
Did that look cool? It sounds like it might have looked
Looked
cool.
sick.
Yeah.
I mean,
is that embarrassing? That sounds.
Well, I'm
wicked.
embarrassed now.
Why?
I mean,
it sounds sweet. I don't know.
Okay, here's the thing though. Whether or not something is cool, it's not a function of what the thing is, right? It's a function of who's doing it. So, was spray painting your hair gold cool? Sure. If somebody else did it, but I wasn't cool. So it wasn't.
I still would have thought that was pretty sick.
Yeah, well, I wish you went to my school. Then we could have met earlier. I could have had some muscle protecting me back then. It would have been a good thing for me. I don't know what you would have gotten out of it, but something.
Yeah. I looked it up, and I guess it is pretty independent of other. I thought embarrassment you had to be embarrassed because of whatever, but embarrassment can just be a feeling of shame. So that would mean that it is kind of irrelevant. Doesn't matter.
Actually, this is fun. This is not related to the merch message, but I actually had my former high school reach out to me today.
The high school, like the school itself?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, the principal of the high school, which
Oh,
I guess functionally is the same as the high school reaching out.
I follow my old computer teacher on Twitter, and he follows me too. He's really cool. So like that's actually awesome. I think
That's pretty
wicked.
sick.
Yeah.
So this is the school I went to. The Garibaldi school community has a rich and diverse history. I don't see a ton of diversity in there, but
Oof.
Bell's hiding from the mic. Then they go on to talk about how they are on the shared unceded territories of two of the BC First Nations. So, yeah, that I guess is
Doing
diverse. Anyway, they have some notable graduates, and this was really cool because I had absolutely no idea that some of these people like existed. Check this out. This buddy is the world record holder in tree climbing, and he went to the same school as me. This is absolutely wild. This is him. Okay, check this out. 80 feet, ready, set, go.
Holy.
I don't think I could crawl that fast on level ground.
Yeah.
He looks like an actual animal, like a bear.
Is this when they have the like rope around the back or whatever?
He looks like I don't think I could. Feet, ready, absolutely wild. This is him. Okay, check this out. 80 feet, ready, set, go.
Holy.
I don't think I could crawl that fast on level ground.
Yeah.
He looks like an actual animal, like a bear.
Is this when they have the like rope around the back or whatever, a chain or whatever it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at him come down too. Apparently they can go as fast as 40 miles an hour coming down. So he stopped competing in that and started competing in other events.
That's pretty cool.
And then even though there's this other event that's like, oh yeah, here's a good still of it. This is wild. This is wild. Check this out. So you have to make yourself somewhere to stand and chop off the top. Well, you have to make yourself two places to stand. Have you seen this before?
You cut in and you put the plank there and then you stand on it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So he was talking about, I was reading like an article about him, and he was talking about how compared to the other guys who compete in some of these chopping events, he's like almost 100 pounds lighter than some of them. Like tree climbing, yeah, all the dudes are kind of small like him. Well, small-ish, like he's 5'10 or 5'11. It's not small compared to me, but whatever. The point is, he's like, yeah, so in that event, I made sense physically, but in these other events, I, was a bit of an odd one out. And so I had to make up for it in precision. Let's take a moment to observe that nobody is watching Buddy over here anymore because he's already done. One out. And so I had to make up for it in precision. Was an event I made sense physically, but in these other events, I, was a bit of an odd one out. And so I had to make up for it in precision. Let's take a moment to observe that nobody is watching Buddy over here anymore because he's already done. Like, unbelievable with an axe. Anyway, I've never really, I don't want this to come across wrong, but I've never really cared about like what another person who, I feel like has been arbitrarily put in the same group as me has accomplished. Like, I don't feel like a sense of pride that another Canadian ran really fast. Like, I love watching, high level athletics. But I don't, I don't feel like I necessarily have anything in common with that person unless like we worked on it together.
I always cheer for Canada at the Olympics, but that's mostly just like because it.
Well, what else are you going to cheer for? Like,
makes it slightly more fun.
Everyone else on the couch is cheering for Canada. Are you just going to sit there and like?
Oh no, I don't.
Right, like
I usually watch the Olympics alone these days. But...
Oh well, okay, that's uncomfortable.
Just a lot of other people don't really care. My mom and dad do, so like if I watch it with them, that's cool. But yeah, I don't like. I'm not like, ugh. If the Canadians lose, I'm not like, oh my goodness,
I lost.
I'm taking this personally. Like no.
Yeah. So it's and like I have relatives that are on like huge ancestry kicks right now. Like, did you know your great-great-grandfather did this? And I'm like, I guess it had nothing to do with siring me. It didn't make me like smarter or faster or stronger or what difference does it make to me? And I know that culturally for a lot of people, that kind of stuff is super important.
I think it can maybe be inspiring in certain cases. Like if you're like, oh, someone in my ancestry went down some path of expertise or education or whatever, but maybe I can do that thing
but
too.
It goes the other way too. Like you'll hear about people who feel a sense of shame that they, are distantly related to some traitor or criminal or whatever else. Like you didn't commit the crime.
Okay,
you're chill.
sweet.
You're
Don't
good.
do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Like you seem chill. Everything's good. But it was kind of fun. It was kind of fun going through and looking at some of the other former graduates. I think it says a lot about the high school I went to that there was like 15 people and the school's been open for like 70 years or something like that.
It also, I mean, part of that is like, did they actually check in with what everyone's doing?
No, they didn't. That's going to be a huge part of it. And you know what? This might be something that they're just now starting on, like going through and trying to, figure out where the heck everybody's at now.
I would also potentially argue that they might be very focused on physical competition and business success instead of potentially
athletics
other
was pretty
things.
Big at our school. Nothing that I could compete in. It was all rugby, volleyball, basketball. Yo.
There's a role in rugby that you actually would have been really good at.
Yes, just like there's a role in rowing that I could technically participate in.
No, the rugby one's like major.
Because he has to like get the thing or whatever. Yeah, but I'd get killed, Luke.
No. One of my buddies, you met him at the LAN. He was the guy with the really disgusting keyboard.
Nice.
He played that role. It's called hooker. I wasn't sure if I wanted to say it or not.
Yeah.
But it's called hooker because they use their heels to
get the hook thing. Yeah.
So he played that role and I played eighth man. And there was one game where I was already super pissed off because I got a clotheslining penalty while I was actively on my knees.
It's rough to be tall, Luke.
It was
I feel
so
bad
annoying.
For you.
That's
Being
so
Alpha
ridiculous.
Chad,
That's so ridiculous.
Gigantic guy, so you can clothesline people on your knees. Oh,
ridiculous.
woe is Luke. Yes,
That's
carry on.
ridiculous.
Please tell me more.
I should not have gotten like removed from the game
Yes.
for something that was
quite.
very obviously unintentional.
Tell me more about your father.
But that, I mean, my dad's also a Chad.
Yeah, I know, right?
But I had to like throw people off of them because there was like a dog pile basically.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't get off them. And that's one of my like favorite memories is like, get off my friend. It's ripping these people
Yeah,
off.
but he could
It's
have been
very cool.
damaged at the bottom of that pile. That's what
He
I'm
was
trying to
fine.
say.
He's a durable.
That's what
he's
I'm
a
trying
fighter.
to say.
He's
Do
actually
I look durable
terrifying. He trains like MMA and stuff. He's a
yeah,
very,
I'm not terrifying, dude. I'm not terrifying.
Yeah, but you could be.
Oh, speaking of being terrifying, it is now, I believe, confirmed that we have an upcoming channel Super Fun where I will be fighting Dennis.
Like actually?
Like sparring, but
okay.
But yes.
Are you guys going to like where? Okay.
So many questions.
What kind?
I believe it's going to be like Taekwondo sparring.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are
So
you going to like a place for this?
I mean,
with,
we'll
like,
have to go
mats and
somewhere.
stuff?
Yeah, like we'll have to go. We are gonna allow takedowns though, but like no ground brawling. So we'll allow takedowns. We'll allow sparring.
Because you
and
have
the stakes. Oh, go ahead.
You have a pretty fancy belt in that, don't you?
I'm a black belt in a different. It's kind of like it's a mixed. Okay, I don't want to call it a mixed martial art discipline because
two different martial arts that
MMA
are
has
mixed.
taken on a very, very different definition over the last 10, 15 years. But it does not fall squarely under karate or judo or taekwondo. It's a mixture of different disciplines. So yes, I do have a black belt. However, it has been a big fat 20 years since I
Gotcha.
trained.
Yeah, there's a few things like that for me as well.
So I'm gonna forget some stuff, but let's talk about the stakes because this is
Okay.
pretty fun. As you guys probably remember from, I believe it was last WAN show, Dennis, with some help from buddy Colton, did some damage to the hardwood floors in my house. I've had some people reach out saying that there are ways that you can repair even tongue and groove flooring by apparently like precision routing out the board and then like gluing down a new one. And like, yeah, it's not like done right anymore, but it looks pretty good cosmetically. So there might be ways to fix it without completely sanding down the whole floor. So maybe the cost will be less than I thought. But what I will tell you is, at least here in Vancouver, getting anyone to even come quote a job that small can be very challenging. So we're gonna pursue it, but yeah, it might just not be practical to get the floors repaired. So the stakes are that as restitution, if I win, Dennis will do 8 hours of any chores at my house. But obviously, I had to put something up too.
Yeah.
So, because I am pretty confident, I offered up an equal bet. 8 hours of chores at Dennis's house if I lose. So we have a full day of basically doing any work around each other's household at stake here, which I think is going to compel both of us to prepare for this pretty
What I'm
carefully.
upset about is that when I've done things that you haven't liked in the past, we have not ended up in a ring. What is going on with this? Why is there unfair treatment of employees?
I'm not gonna.
I feel personally
You're
wrong.
in such a different weight class, freaking guy. No, I'm not fighting you. The one time he looked angry enough to hit me, I ran. Not only ran, I leapt a fence.
Yeah.
I was getting away
I thought
from
you were
that
talking
noise.
about the other one. I was like, you didn't run. You
No,
were
Connect
stuck, you were
4.
stuck in a car. Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember
yeah.
that. I almost
yeah.
caught you.
Yeah, you did. Which is why I leapt the fence, because I can't outdo him in speed. It's gonna have to be agility, boys. By the way, I just want to clarify this. A lot of people are commenting on LMG clips that if I don't want people to wreck my floor, I shouldn't have video editors moving my furniture. I didn't know they were in my house. Like,
He did not actually ask them to do that.
I feel like there was just a lot of anger directed at me in the comments of that video. That Bell, did you look at the comments under that video?
Yeah, subscribe to LMG Clips, but the comments were all over the place.
I just couldn't fathom it, and it wasn't one of those things where, you know how it is, right? Where you'll read 1,000 comments and the 3 mean ones are the ones that you remember. No, it was like a lot of them, and I'm sitting here going, how did you guys get this so wrong?
I didn't ask for this.
I'm just confused.
Why did they? I haven't watched. I've watched bits of it. I watched Dennis fall on the stairs like 47
They
times.
moved the bed to troll me by doing a bad job of painting a wall in my house because they know I'm particular about paint finishes.
Got it. And then they did paint the wall.
And then they did paint the wall.
Did they paint the wall well?
And they did do a bad job.
Ah. Okay.
So mission accomplished, I guess. There was just a fair bit of collateral damage.
Yeah, you should have had
Classic.
felt feet.
People are asking who picked the challenges. They picked the challenges. I didn't know anything about it. Like I don't know what it is, but I feel like there's this assumption that I micromanage everything that happens here, or that I somehow dictate the way that we do everything.
I don't think you even could.
There are 80 people working here.
That would be a lot of work.
Yeah, there's another really big one I've seen lately. I saw a lot of this on the power supply tester unboxing. What is with Linus always asking how much of my money you spent? It's a really simple explanation. There's particularly a handful of people internally. Jake, Kyle, trying to think of who else loves memeing on this, but there's a number of people internally who love memeing on anytime they buy something expensive, they'll bring me over and be like, look how much of your money I spent. I'm just like, come on. And like it's people memeing, and the number of like psychological and analyses that I've seen of my behavior around talking about it as my money when it's company money, or using it as a way to put others in their place or whatever else. I'm sitting here going, whoa, let's all slow down. I mean, I guess it's one of those things where people don't have the backstory. They don't know that we're memeing. But I guess what I would ask is, if you're not sure, maybe don't assume.
Not sure about what?
Like if I'm subjugating people.
Oh, like using
through
it in
microaggressions.
That way. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I don't know. It's people like the my money lingo. Maybe why it strikes people wrong, right? But that's what they do. That's what they do. They talk about it that way. And I mean, if we want to get really technical, you're right. It isn't my money. Yeah, it belongs to Linus Media Group Incorporated, which is held by a holdco that I don't even know the name of because it doesn't really matter. It's just like a legal structure thing. It's a holdco that I want to call Yvonne Umbrella Corp, but I haven't really gotten a lot of buy-in for that. But I
voted for it.
Yeah, it's held by the same holdco that also holds Floatplane and also holds Creator Warehouse. So Floatplane streaming service, Creator Warehouse merch, run by Nick. And so yeah, the money technically belongs to that company. But if we were to choose not to invest it back into the company, which I think we've made very clear over the years that we are super into.
Hence power supply tester.
The second that I pay income tax on it, yes, it actually does become my money because Yvonne and I own the company outright. So I could call it that, actually. But the reason that I do is not to make any kind of point to anybody. It's because people internally think it's freaking hilarious to rub it in my face when they are spending my money. So there's the full context, guys. I don't know. It's been those two videos in particular. There's just been some pretty wild theories about, why I'm doing the things that I'm doing when actually it's, what is it, Occam's razor? Sometimes
I always forget.
I forget which razor it is, where the simplest...
Ignorance and malice or whatever?
Not that one. Where the simplest explanation is generally the correct one. Yeah, it's Occam's razor.
Yeah.
What do you want to talk about next? I feel like there's still actually a lot on the docket.
There is. There is. Oh, I didn't know this at all. Did this like really recently get added to the dock? Starlink V2 will connect directly to cell phones.
Oh, cool.
That is cool.
That's super cool. So you could like be on your, because it's not Wi-Fi. It's like, wait, why would you even? So what has like the hotspot? What do you mean by directly?
Gonna read. I'm not sure.
Okay, tell me more.
Musk and T-Mobile CEO Mike Sievert. Going with Sievert.
Roll with it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Announced on Thursday that the next generation of Starlink satellites will launch with the capability to provide internet connectivity, period. Okay. The partnership is called Coverage Above and Beyond. T-Mobile says in the U.S., but Musk says worldwide. Interesting. Got it. Musk at the live event said there will be no dead zones anywhere in the world for your cell phone. It will save lives. That is actually arguably valid.
That's super cool.
Yeah. There's even like I drove pretty far into the I rode, I guess. I was not doing the driving. Pretty far into the interior this weekend. And there was many times where I didn't have cell signal for a very extended period of time.
Yeah, for sure.
And like if something happened, honestly, there was a lot of cars driving by. But like if we went off road for whatever reason, something happened, like it could have been pretty bad. And like, yeah, you can say you should have other things with you, but a lot of people aren't going to do that. Any 5G cell phone will be able to take advantage of this service without modification. That's actually interesting. T-Mobile's contribution to the project is a portion of their 5G spectrum called mid-band PCS for a balance of speed, capacity, and penetration. Ideal for device-dense metropolitan areas. Not limited to continental U.S., which in this case, which has always been confusing to me, and maybe someone will explain it, does not include Alaska, even though it says continental.
Yeah, Alaska's on the North American continent last time I checked. But
yeah, because remember when we did Highlander?
It could be that they've drifted off toward Russia, but...
Remember they did when we did Highlander, it was like the second tallest mountain in the continental United States, and I was like, isn't there tons of taller ones in Alaska? And they're like, nope, doesn't count. I'm like, oh, weird. That's actually a thing.
Oh.
I don't understand.
I see.
Yeah. Anyways, it is not limited to that. Hawaii, Alaska, Puerto Rico, and territorial waters are all covered. Per Musk on Twitter, connectivity will be 2 to 4 megabits per cell zone. Ooh. So it will work great for texting and voice calls, but not high bandwidth. That makes sense. The service will be beta trialed in selected areas at the end of next year, and will be included for free with some T-Mobile plans.
That's pretty cool.
That's cool for T-Mobile. Tesla vehicles currently connected to the AT&T LTE network will also be able to connect to Starlink V2 for a speed increase. Tesla breakdowns in remote areas will no longer leave drivers stranded without a signal. Interesting.
Cool.
There's a discussion question. Is the 2 to 4 megabits per cell zone figure per user or in total? Will other cellular carriers around the world cooperate with Starlink? Will Tesla drivers have any control over their connectivity when crossing international borders? All legit questions.
These are all very good questions.
We can't answer it all.
Yeah, we have no way of knowing.
Nope.
I mean, I think that SpaceX has shown that they have a pretty clear idea of what the path into the future is for Starlink in terms of the actual infrastructure itself. But with respect to how billing works, how crossing geographical arbitrary lines on a map works, there's still so much to be sorted out.
It's exciting to me. I really like this idea in general. I hope Starlink over time is able to come down in cost. I just talking to a bunch of people, I know a lot of people that would move to less densely populated areas more quickly if things like Starlink were more easy to get, including a story that I don't think I'm going to get into for reasons that I'll maybe explain to them later. But one of the float plane employees has been thinking of moving somewhere that's actually super cool.
Yeah.
But there's major internet hookup issues and Starlink came up, but then availability of getting it there is like kind of potentially a problem, and all these other types of things.
Right.
And I didn't see the end of that story, and there's reasons why I don't think we should talk about it. But yeah, like being able to enable people to move more places and to hopefully make it less of a requirement for career advancement to be in densely populated metropolitan areas.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Sweet. Yeah, that'd be very cool.
You can go now, by the way, if you want.
Where am I going?
Just away.
I'm leaving?
Yeah, one of the YouTube commenters said they just feel so sorry for you on the WAN show.
They feel sorry for
Like,
me.
you can tell you just don't want to be in the chair anymore.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I just want to...
Oh, yeah.
I just want to...
Oh, yeah, it's terrible. It's...
A little bit more body language analysis going on here. Sorry, we were talking about this before the show.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah. Do you need to have some birds to take care of, or like?
Actually,
other pressing
that stuff is
duties?
done.
Oh, do we have an update on the burbs?
We are done. Okay, so for 2 weeks, it's a long.
Have you told people about this, like, on stream much, or?
I don't know.
I know you talked about like the smoke hurting the birds, right?
Yeah.
I can't.
I don't know if it was pre-show or main show.
I can't tell. Okay, well, we're getting an update on Luke's burbs health issues. Yes.
So, yeah, I have 2 small birds. They both got sick. We're fairly certain that they both got sick because of smoke inhalation. No one, my roommate, nor myself, nor my girlfriend smoke in the apartment. My girlfriend and I don't smoke at all. It's not us, basically, you know? But there is considerable, like very considerable, like I start getting headaches from the amount of secondhand smoke that I'm getting, smoke floating into our apartment from people that smoke below us in the apartment. And smoke can kill birds extremely quickly. Both of our birds weigh roughly 30 grams and are like mostly made of air because of what fills feathers and stuff. So they don't have a lot of mass to like deal with processing that type of stuff. So they can just like take them out. They both got sick. We think that was why. Did some stuff to better like seal the apartment so less of that starts coming in, and needed to feed them antibiotics for 2 weeks through syringes where we had to catch the birds.
This is like almost like trigger warning level, like upsetting content warning. Yes, go ahead and describe it.
It's bothersome. So they have really bad low light vision. So we would turn the lights down, so it's very, very dim, and I can barely see, but I can see. They can't see. I have to catch the birds, and I have big clobbering hands, and they weigh 30 grams, so I have to try to not crush them. But I also have to hold them firm so that they don't squirm around with their wings and break a wing. So I have to make sure that they can't move their wings, but I'm not crushing them. And then I have to hold their head in place so that they can't get away from it. And then my girlfriend would have to take the syringe, which has like just a plastic end. It's not a needle.
Yeah.
Would have to take the syringe and work it into their beak and feed them the medicine. And the one was hilarious because I would catch him and then he would complain, which would involve opening his mouth. So it's really easy to deal with. He's funny.
Less
and then
smart.
Yeah. Then the other one is more, on it. And he would not complain, but he would close his eyes, which was always heartbreaking. If I had him in my hands, he would try to get out of the grip and he would try to like bury his head in my hand.
Yeah.
Which was sad, but also cute. But yeah, he would close his eyes, he would close his beak, and he'd tuck it. And it made it really hard. And they were clearly upset about it. We'd have these moments where they'd be like making it very clear they were upset. One of the things they do when they're angry is they spread their little wings out. Little 30-gram thing is like, I'm big.
Come at me, bro.
Yeah.
It's like basically like me doing it.
Yo, come on,
dance. You want dance,
But then there would always be like a moment later where they're like, okay, we're cool.
Okay.
But doing that for 2 weeks, like they were clearly very unhappy about seeing hands. Like if I was talking to them near their cage and I moved my hand on my leg, you'd see the bird go like,
"Sup?
What's going on over there?" So that was unfortunate, but that's over now. So I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, Floatplane chat was talking about this. I never really thought about how kind of dark the canary in the coal mine saying is.
Yeah,
and the use of birds for that, but it totally makes sense now. Like I always just thought, canaries have a particular sensitivity to whatever particular gas was a problem in that particular type of mine. I never really thought about that generally birds just do have very little actual mass. So any kind of toxin
just knocks them out.
Just takes them out.
Yeah, really fast. And like when they get sick, they try to hide their sickness because there's this hunting thing where people will talk about how like I don't want to misquote this. Like lions if they're hunting zebras.
Sure.
They'll often go after the like weak ones or whatever. But the reason why they do that is because it's the easiest one to individually identify.
Oh, so they just all know
it's
we're
not
going for that
it's
one.
It's not because it's weak, it's because they can all identify it. So there was a problem where there was like researchers that they would add like a tag to a zebra, and they would find that those ones would just always die because the lions would get them every time. They weren't weak, they were easy to identify. So there's something with birds where they will try to hide that they're sick.
Right. Yep.
So it's really hard for us to identify. And there's like little things that you can kind of pick up on, but they try to hide it. But something about the canary in the coal mine thing. I know this is not a tech topic, but I'm going to share my screen really quick.
Yeah, for sure.
I thought this was really cool. Canary in the coal mine oxygen tank, a canary resuscitator. So the miners felt bad for the birds.
No way!
And they made they're a little tank, and it has an oxygen tank built into it, and they can bring the birds back.
Shout out. I knew there were good miners somewhere.
And like, yeah, it showed like a lot of them actually cared.
That is so cool.
Yeah. And like, it's still rough, right? Like, it's
it's a tough job, but someone's got to do it.
And I'm not saying like you should use animals for whatever, and I don't want to get into those types of topics, but I just, after getting birds, this conversation came up, and I looked into it, and the fact that I don't know what the heck this is. I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is either.
But the fact that they like cared and some of the people went and made this thing, I just thought that was really cool.
And
they gave it a little perch, so
Yeah.
it's comfortable and stuff. Like, I don't know.
It doesn't look like the most comfortable enclosure.
No, and it's very small and yada 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 yada. But it wasn't like they just like let it die and didn't care. Which I thought was
True Scott says it wasn't due to the feelings about birds, it was due to a shortage of canaries.
That honestly makes sense. But I'm gonna think of it the
Thanks,
other way.
capitalism.
Darn it.
Canary
Whatever.
shortage. All
I
right.
still think it's cool.
Why don't you hit us with a couple merch messages?
Brutal.
From Aaron, do you know at this point if Lab 32 will be obtaining accreditation under a standard for their testing for credibility or anything like that?
Okay, so they ask ISO 17025, general for competence testing calibration laboratories, sure must for credibility. Honestly, I'm gonna leave that to Gary. I mean, if it's just a matter of us having our own internal best practices that we publish, not even best practices, our own internal policies that we publish, where we, publish how often we check for calibration of our tools or whatever else, then if he thinks that's good enough, then I support it. If he thinks that's not good enough, then I support that too. I mean, that's the thing about hiring experts is you've got to kind of trust them one way or the other. And so far, man, that whole team has been just like a dog on a bone. Every time I'm like, hey, could we do this? Like, okay, I had the idea, like, toilet idea, right? I'm like, man, with the way that SSDs are going from SLC to MLC to TLC to QLC to PLC, I mean, we're going to have 5 bits per cell soon, which has a significant impact on write performance to the NAND flash, right? I'm like, with the way that SSDs are actually, in a way, getting slower, and with the way that internet speeds are, at the same time, getting way faster, it could conceivably happen that your system SSD could be a bottleneck when downloading games. Like you could actually, like there could be some validity to buying a gaming SSD because you need to be able to sustain 100, in some cases, 120, 30, 150 gigabytes of constant data flowing in it. I mean, here in even Bumble fuck North America. I always love hearing Japanese people talking about how fast their internet is and how cheap it is. I'm like, well, the whole world can't be Tokyo. Okay. So, I mean, even here in North America, we're getting residential internet connections that are 2.5 gigabit. Now, that's 250 megabytes a second, which, sure, when we look at the marketing data for SSDs, doesn't sound like that much. We can do 7,000 megabytes a second. Right, but can you do it sustained, though?
Yeah, that
Can you, though? And so I'm messaging Gary. It's like middle of the night. I'm like, hey, here's an idea. And he's like, and the other thing that I wanted to look at was the other like toilet idea I had was the standard for like Cat 5e or Cat 6a cabling or whatever else is, X amount of speed at Y distance, right? And I was like, yeah, but does anybody actually test that? Like, what if this adapter like doesn't do 100 meters? That would be a good thing for people to know. So I sent him over these things, and he like immediately responds, which he's not like supposed to because he's not working, but he's like with this like long thing typed out. He's like, yes, we have actually considered both of these, and we will be adding these to our test suites for like these categories, and this is the part of the lab that we're going to build it out. And I'm sitting here going, why do I even send these messages? Because clearly you guys, okay, to be clear, I have actually come up with things they didn't think of, but
nope.
I'm really, 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 really excited to have a really talented team working on this. Some of them are public now. I've seen a couple comments. People have noticed. We never really announced it, but they have quietly noticed that our keyboard guy Antoine has a pretty cool work history, as does our audio guy Sam. We are very serious about the talent that we're recruiting, and
yeah,
it's going to be good.
Yeah.
You mentioned Japan.
I did.
Matthias asks, hello from Japan.
Oh, sup, Matthias? Matthias J?
What's your most memorable tech experience from your visit to Japan? P.S. We still use fax machines daily in the office.
Well, but are they internet-connected fax machines running at 1.6 terabits per second? No, probably not.
The airport Wi-Fi was pretty crazy.
Yeah, I forgot about that completely.
The airport Wi-Fi
was mind-blowing.
Actually nuts.
And this was back when, here in, oops, I think I bleeped in the wrong spot. Well, whatever. North America, our airport Wi-Fi was like barely functional.
At that point in time, because I was going through purging some pictures.
Right.
Like a week ago or something. And I came across the airport Wi-Fi from when we were there. Because I took a picture of it because I was like, this is insane. At that point in time, not now, but back then, that was faster than some people's internet that I knew personally.
Oh, yeah.
At their house.
100%.
Like, that was crazy.
Sorry, everyone's virgin ears. My most memorable tech experience, I mean, I'm going to cheat a little bit, and I have to say the Omron factory tour. It was such a moment for me where all of a sudden I was getting insight not just into, that switch that Logitech sponsored us to go, watch being made, or Omron, the company, but I got far more insight than I was expecting into the Japanese work culture and quality culture.
Yeah.
It's different from the Germans, who we had just visited at ZF and Cherry. It's different, but it's like it was these two completely different paths to exactly the same goal. And
doing those two tours back to back, roughly, not quite, but you know what I mean, was really cool. Yeah,
it gave me a ton of respect for the dedication to quality that culturally, at least within these companies, right? Like, obviously you can't just paint with broad strokes, right?
Yeah.
Everyone in Japan is X or everyone in Germany is Y. Like, it doesn't work like that, obviously. But it was very cool just seeing how proud they were of the redundancy they built into the Switch. They said, yes, it's extremely precise and it's very high quality. And the best part, there's two of them. Mic drop. Right?
Yeah, I remember specifically, I don't know if this ended up on camera or not, but I remember specifically having a conversation about like one approach is excessively high quality, do it once, The other approach
Yep.
is really high quality, make it redundant.
Yes, that
It's
was
like-
that was the German approach versus the Japanese approach in a nutshell. Having seen, the manufacture of precision mechanical switches in both countries, essentially.
Yeah.
Question here from Adam. I have a quick question regarding satellite internet systems for gaming. Here in Australia, our broadband network is terrible, especially in rural areas, and I was wondering how viable
Same.
Starlink
Really?
would be in terms of latency.
It's not great.
Yeah, latency's a bit of a problem.
It's just got to go a long way, and Australia also just is a really long way, like even
So are
across
other
the
countries in
surface.
that area that have wildly better internet.
Yeah, well,
it's not an excuse. Figure your stuff out, Australia.
Well, it's a long way. Okay, the excuse is that long of an underground cable to serve that many people is expensive. And I'm not saying it's a good excuse, especially for what Australians pay for their internet. Bad excuse.
Australians get hosed for internet, and I have felt bad for them for a very long time. There are other countries that are
Yeah.
in just as bad of a situation or similar, I guess, that have way, 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 way cheaper access to way better connections. Yeah, I don't know. That's it.
Ben Rousey says, funnily, New Zealand has great internet while Australia sucks. That's over in Floatplane chat. Is that true, though?
As far as my understanding goes, yeah.
Well, that's...
I don't necessarily know.
Well, that's not very neighborly. Maybe they should share their pipe. Okay, to be clear, they are completely separate countries and not actually that close.
I don't know enough to say that it's great internet or not, but many years ago, the last time I looked into this, it was faster and cheaper. I don't know, though. It's been a long time.
All right, then.
From Bennett. Hi, Linus. I prefer manual screwdrivers, but my friend prefers electric ones. What made you decide to go with a manual screwdriver instead of an electric one?
I mean, they both have their pros and cons. The big thing for me is that not the big thing for me. I'm really used to using a manual screwdriver. I always forget to charge things. I really wanted bit storage in the driver and really organized. And obviously, if you took up the internals with a motor and a battery, it would be a little more difficult to do that. I don't think it's impossible for us to do a motorized screwdriver at some point in the future, but there would have to be a reason for us to do it. We'd have to have identified something that we can do better. In the case of our manual driver, it was really clear to me that the perfect combination of ratchet feel, bit storage, and ergonomics had not yet been achieved. So that was what we set out to do. But with a motorized driver, just because I don't personally use them, it would be less obvious to me, and I would really need to spend some time trying to answer that question.
I think there's also a sacrifice, like you're gaining speed and potentially also power, but I think you're giving up a certain amount of control, which, like, computers are still a relatively small electronic. I don't know.
And one of the big things with computer screws in particular, I mean, to be clear, it's designed for you to work on anything. But one of the things about computers is most of the screws are pretty short. So to think that an electric driver is going to help you go a lot faster than like this,
That's legitimately often all you have to do. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Question here from Rowan. Linus, you often say, Nick is going to kill me for showing this about prototype LTT products.
Sure, yeah.
But why? What's the reason for keeping the business or these products under wraps?
The reason is that it creates a bunch of demand for products that people can't buy.
And what if that product's like 2 years out?
Yeah. What if someone's like, oh, well, I was going to place an order, but that product's not available yet, so I'll wait.
I'm annoyed that I have known about Skull and Bones for 10 trillion years and it's still not out yet.
Yeah, so there you go. Like I completely understand his perspective. I just get really excited about things sometimes and I really want to talk about them. So that's how he and I end up butting heads
and to
occasionally.
Speak more specifically about the Skull and Bones thing too, like what we were shown in like 2017 or whatever looked like, oh, we're probably going to have a game very soon. But it could be the same type of thing with this type of stuff. Like,
I mean, the screwdriver was like that for sure.
Exactly.
Yep.
If you have a version of the screwdriver that like works and you can show off and it's like, oh, wow, that looks really close to being done. And then maybe there's a hiccup here or a misstep there or whatever happens. Some company falls under that you were working with. So now you need to work with someone else and things change and things happen. And it can be very frustrating as a consumer. So you just don't really talk about it until you're more confident that it'll be coming soon.
We talk about that in the video that is going to be accompanying the screwdriver launch. The difference between making one screwdriver and mass producing a screwdriver is colossal. And we learned a lot. We learned a lot. I need to talk to you guys about something. Okay, so I've talked through already about I've talked to you guys already. Those of you who watch regularly will know what I'm talking about. But I've talked to you guys already about my issue with pre-orders, right? When you provide money for something that has not yet been seen, you are essentially inviting a company to screw you over, right? They could cut corners on the product before delivery. They could just not deliver it. You are essentially giving your money interest-free to someone else to hold it, and who knows, right? So we haven't taken pre-orders on backpack or screwdriver. With that said, I've talked about how these have been major investments for our company. So with backpack, what we did was, rather than making it pre-orders, we did a small pop-up shop, and we opened up orders after the pop-up once people who bought the backpack, legitimate, real-world, actual customers, had some time to review the product and leave their reviews on lttstore.com. So at that point, from my point of view, that is a back order. That's not a pre-order. The bulk of the shipment is still pending, arriving at our warehouse, but there are real backpacks reviewed by real customers that are available to anyone who's looking to make a decision. And thankfully, that strategy has paid off really well because the reviews are excellent. And, as you guys have probably seen, we've sold over 20,000 backpacks already, which is a huge relief and a long way toward the break-even point in the project. As I said earlier, I think we're going to see another big boost once they're actually in stock, and as we head into the holiday season and gift-giving season and all of that. So overall, backpack, success. It's been a relief. Yeah. Anyway. Screwdriver. Now, what we're planning to do tomorrow is we're planning to have a live stream. I already announced that we shipped to Project Farm already, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we are going to do a live stream tomorrow, and we've got 2 separate dates that we could go live with screwdriver pre-orders. Do you mind to set up a poll?
Yeah.
Please? Okay, awesome. Thank you. We've got 2 different dates that we can go live. We can either go live at the moment that the live stream goes up, where we will be allowing, I can't say completely unsupervised, because when things are live, spicy stuff can happen.
I was going to talk to you about that.
I know. It is what it is, but...
well, there's some potential solutions.
Oh,
and
okay, we
maybe
can talk about
this
that
is
then.
actually a good time to bring it up, because
Sure.
I wonder what other people think. So something that we could do is have it so that we have a producer.
Yeah.
And the stream goes to a rig, and we can either cut out parts or mute parts if people say things that are obviously not good. And I don't mean about the screwdriver. Oh, that could be construed incorrectly.
Yeah.
I mean, someone walks up to the mic, grabs the mic, and just starts yelling a bunch of stupid, ridiculous things that we wouldn't want on our channels ever. Not that it with nothing to do with the screwdriver. Because that could be bad.
Yeah. Okay. So to be clear, the point would not be to censor any
Yeah.
impressions of the screwdriver, just to make that
Yeah.
abundantly clear.
But is that okay or no?
I mean,
because the original idea of having it just
Yeah.
on Floatplane was to try to make the impact of that potential reality less. But now you guys want it on YouTube.
Yeah.
And that's... Because we would have essentially, the whole idea was to not have editorial control, and now we would have some amount of editorial control. It's for a good reason,
Yeah.
but I'm wondering what the community thinks about that.
I think that overall, we've had really good experiences with our community at in-person events.
100%.
We have never had a problem with that.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that it'll never happen. I'm sure it will at some point, but I think that by and large, the kinds of people that show up at an event like this are not looking to to hurt people for no reason. So I think that from my point of view, we should probably just go with a straight live feed. I think that if anything were to happen, we can just cut that out of the VOD. But that would be in the VOD, not the live stream. Because for me, the important thing is that where that live stream is going to be set up, so it'll be, I believe it's a 2-camera setup. One for the person, they'll be probably small in the corner, and one overhead is at a desk where we'll have screws and wood and some computer components, like dead ones from Free Geek, where people can actually use the driver and give their firsthand impressions. That's the idea behind the live table.
It's cool that you guys are still working with Free Geek.
Yeah, those guys are great.
Cool. Yeah.
So here's the idea, or here's the question: should we go live for back orders during the live stream? If you guys are sitting there watching people's impressions, we're not able to control what they say. If they don't like it, they're going to say they don't like it. If they like it, they're going to say they like it. Or do you guys want us to wait, give people a couple days with it, a few days with it, and go live with our back orders maybe like Tuesday or Wednesday, like sometime mid next week? I'm going to leave it up to you guys because we've had a fair bit of debate internally about which date is right. So we've got our poll going up on Floatplane. Yes, when we go live, it will include the black version for back order. All right, let's show the results. Let's see what the people think. Good Lord. They are quite split on this.
Yeah, wow. I'm actually pretty surprised.
Man, a lot of people are.
It's like quite settled in at 60-40.
Yeah, that's wild. Here, we'll wait for people to vote a little bit more, and we should probably provide, like, does straw poll still work? I know we were having a lot of problems with it.
There's a different one. I don't think it's .me anymore.
Oh yeah, it's like gone.
Yeah, I think it's .com now.
Okay. Is it like the same or what?
I think sort of.
Okay, create a poll. Here we go.
Schedule meeting?
What?
There's a schedule meeting button on straw poll. So I don't even know.
Yes, you would still get an email notification. The email notification would just go out the moment that we open up back orders.
Yeah.
Okay. Bum, bum, bum. Multiple choice. Here we go. I'm just going to word it the exact same way. Your admin rights are only temporary. Okay, I think that... Okay, yep. Twitch, you're getting a poll. I'm dropping it in there. I'm working on it. Here you go. I gotta confess, I thought that it was fairly... I thought it was a fairly simple matter that if people were there giving live impressions, like, it's not... I don't feel like this product is as complex as a backpack. I feel like you can learn a lot of what you would need to know about it from using it for 5 or 10 minutes. Is it comfortable? Is it, whatever?